Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Please take your seats. And now we are ready to begin our Governing Council. And we will now go to filling in the vacancies of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And that said, I'm going to give the Secretary General a few minutes to explain the specificity of this very special committee. Mr. Secretary General.
You've been explaining to the President, so why don't you continue?
Okay, Martin has delegated.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Secretary General.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So we have we have to elect 5 members for the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And sorry, I hope you're okay. Seats are allocated as follows: 1 for the Arab group, 1 for the Asia Pacific group, 1 for the Eurasia group, and 2 for the group of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we remind you that candidates stand in their individual capacity. The rules also require full gender parity in the composition of the committee. And given the current composition of the committee, the 5 members to be elected must include 2 women and 3 men. There is only 1 female candidate, Mrs. Unzila Shapak of Kazakhstan, and she is the only candidate for the Eurasia group. In light of the gender requirements and the absence of any competing candidature in her geopolitical category, we will proceed on the basis that Mrs. Shapak is elected to the Eurasia seat. Given that all remaining 7 candidates are male, we will be able to fill no more than 6, because 1 has in the past hour withdrawn their candidature. So given that all remaining 6 candidates are male, we'll be able to fill no more than 3 additional vacancies. This also means that 1 of the 5 seats will remain vacant, as there is no second female candidate to fill the seat required to ensure gender parity. Voting will therefore focus on the 3 remaining seats. Voting will take place by geopolitical category. Candidates are ranked according to the number of votes received within their respective geopolitical category. A provisional result will be established by selecting 1 candidate for the Arab group, 1 for the Asia Pacific group, and up to 2 candidates for the group of Latin America and the Caribbean. The final result will reflect the combined application of geopolitical distribution, vote results within geopolitical category, and the gender requirement. I hope that this is clear. If it's not clear, we do have colleagues here. We will further explain if you need clarification. Madam President, you may now proceed with the voting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for this explanation. Colleagues, as you have heard, we have 7 candidates. One of the candidates is already automatically wins the position. So I will mention the names and then give a chance to the candidates to address us before we vote. We have the following candidates: Mr. Manusher Motaki, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran; then Mr. Saeed Ali Zafar, senator from Pakistan; Mr. Daniel Kagiani Gomez, senator Uruguay; Ms. Unzila Shapak, member of Parliament Kazakhstan; and Mr. Mustafa Ayash Mutlaq Al-Kubais, member of the Council of Representatives of Iraq, Mr. Sean Lathan Supai Bonled, member of the House of Representatives from Thailand, and Mr. Cesar Augusto Rendon Garcia, member of the Chamber of Deputies of Mexico. So, Ms. Unzila Shapak, member of the Parliament of Kazakhstan, becomes automatically a member of this committee. Now, colleagues, we will proceed to hear from the candidates, and I'm informed some of the candidates, at least 2 of them, we will see the videos from those members. So, I invite the candidates who are with us in the room to present their candidature from their seats. And each candidate will have a total of 60 seconds. 60 seconds, that's 1 minute. And I would urge them to have learned from the candidates of the position of Secretary General, where you have to be on time. Maybe other people would like to vote you in because you are keeping it to time. Okay, so that said, I will call the candidates in the order in which their candidatures were received. So we will hear first from Mr. Manucha Motaki, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran. 60 seconds, you have the floor.
Madam Chairman, he's coming after the other candidates.
Okay, colleagues, so we will call Mr. Motaki towards the end. Mr. Said Ali Zafar, the senator from Pakistan, you have the floor.
I'm just asking the colleagues to put the video, because it's a video. So
Okay, this is through the video. Yeah. Okay, video, please. Okay, when they are putting the video across.
I am a senator in the Parliament of Pakistan. I am also practicing advocate of the Supreme Court. Currently, I am the chairman of the Standing Committee on Information in the Senate. Jinnah was the founder of Pakistan. I believe in his vision of equality, dignity, no discrimination, and freedom to profess whatever religion one wants. I am personally committed to constitutionalism, rule of law, and upholding and protecting fundamental and human rights. I've been working for the past 40 years in this field. I hope that if I am allowed to be a member of this committee, I will be able to make contributions based on my experience, which could prove helpful. I look forward to being part of this August committee, if allowed a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, in order to do justice to all the candidates, I'm informed the video was slightly more than 60 seconds. So it was about 1 minute and 30 seconds, so 90 seconds. So the other candidates are also given around the same time, between 60 to 90 seconds, so 1 minute and a half. And now I'm going to call Mr. Daniel Cagiani Gomez, Senator of Uruguay. Is he there? Please, you have the floor.
Buenos días a todos, buenas tardes a todos los integrantes de esta importante asamblea. Mi nombre es Daniel Cagiani, soy senador por el Frente Amplio de Uruguay. Mi postulación para integrar el Comité de los Derechos de los Parlamentarios, de los Derechos Humanos de los Parlamentarios, tiene, entre otros fundamentos, por el firme compromiso con la promoción, la protección y la defensa de los derechos humanos, así como el reconocimiento del papel fundamental que desempeña esta comisión a lo largo y ancho de nuestro mundo, pero además también porque provengo de un pequeño país, Uruguay, que es una de las pocas democracias plenas de nuestro continente y también del mundo, que tiene inculcado en sus principios de política exterior, entre otros elementos, la defensa del derecho internacional humanitario, la defensa de los derechos humanos, la resolución pacífica de las controversias y el diálogo para poder encontrar soluciones. Uruguay, mi país, en el año 2027, tiene la responsabilidad de conducir los destinos del Grupo 77 más China de Naciones Unidas, también la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, también va a presidir la Asamblea de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo, también va a presidir el Parlamento del Mercosur y también se va a integrar al Consejo de Derechos Humanos de Naciones Unidas en Ginebra. Mi país ha sido un ferviente defensor y constructor de la democracia y sin duda me veo en la obligación de este beneficio o estas garantías que tengo como parlamentario para ejercer de manera plena mis derechos en mi país, también de tratar de trabajar y conjuntar esfuerzos para que el conjunto de los parlamentarios del mundo, sobre todo los que no tienen voz y los que están pasando mal, también puedan tener mi esfuerzo y mi trabajo para que el conjunto de los integrantes de este comité pueda realizar, como ya lo vienen realizando, la tarea como corresponde. Así que para todos les agradecería que puedan confiar en este país y sobre todo en este Senado. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa Ayash Mutlaq Al-Kubaisi, member of the Council of Representatives of Iraq.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس. أنا النائب الدكتور مصطفى عياش الكوبيسي، عضو مجلس النواب العراقي وعضو اتحاد البرلمان الدولي وعضو لجنة العلاقات الخارجية في مجلس النواب العراقي، دكتوراه في الحقوق السياسية في عام 2014 وباحث في الشأن السياسي والحقوقي منذ عام 2005، ناشط وخبير في قضايا اللاجئين ولدي شراكات مع عدة برامج للأمم المتحدة بخصوص النازحين. برنامجي السياسي يركز على دعم حقوق المرأة والشباب والأقليات. لماذا الترشيح؟ ترشحت لهذا المنصب مستندا إلى خبرتي الأكاديمية والعملية التي امتدت لسنوات طويلة في هذا المجال، إيماني الراسخ بأن عمل البرلماني وحماية تعبيره وتصرفه ورأيه وحصانته هي السبيل الوحيد لعمل برلماني تشريعي رصين. شكرا باسمكم جميعا للمجموعة العربية ولكل السادة أعضاء الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، وشكرا لممثل فلسطين دولة فلسطين على انسحابه لدعمنا كمرشح وحيد عن المجموعة العربية في هذا الترشيح. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from Mr. Jonathan Subaiponlet, member of the House of Representatives, Thailand. You have the floor.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, as parliamentarians, we represent the people. We carry their hopes, we voice their struggle, and we fight for their demands. In today's uncertain world, we also serve as the voices of moderation. Yet, true representation is fragile. It requires an environment where all of us can speak truth to power without fear of intimidation or violence. Sadly, statistics shows that a number of cases of reprisal against members of parliament have increased significantly in the past few years. Let us be clear that the safety of parliamentarians is not a personal privilege. It is the absolute foundations of democracy. Before becoming an MP, I was a human rights lawyer and a program director at ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights. I led a program called Parliamentarians at Risk, where we monitored, document, and advocate against human rights violations against members of parliament. I stand here before this council today to seek your trust and support, and I humbly ask for your vote. If elected, I pledge to defend our colleagues worldwide, because I believe that no representatives should have to choose between serving their people and preserving their own life and liberty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we now will look at the video of Mr. Cesar Augusto Rendon Garcia, a member of the Chamber of Deputies, Mexico. Technical team, the video, please.
Good afternoon, honorable parliamentarians. I'm Ashraf.
Buenas tardes, compañeros. Soy César Augusto Rendón, diputado federal de México. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. I trust this assembly has been tremendously successful. I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee and the IPU itself for hosting this grand event, which is in pro of democracy and in pro of the world. Today I stand before you to ask for your support. I am proposing myself as a candidate for the Committee of Human Rights for Parliamentarians. As we know, and in our lives, we have all encountered hardship and have had people close to us and known to us who have suffered discrimination, who have suffered repression, and who need their rights protected. This committee grants that. In my experience, this is my third time I've been in Parliament, for 9 years almost. We have seen it in Mexico, we have seen it across Latin America, and not to mention Africa and Asia. I believe that my experience uniquely positions me to help you combat this. If parliamentarians are endangered, democracy is endangered, and we have to fight that. You can count on me with discretion, with good judgment, and with my full support through this committee to defend our fellow parliamentarians. I ask for your support and would be truly grateful if I can have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the procedure for election was already explained by the Secretary General. Now we have 7 candidates for the we have 7 candidates, but one of them is already automatically a member of the committee. That is Ms. Unzila Shapak, the member of parliament from Kazakhstan. So we have 6 candidates, and out of 6 candidates, we need 3 elected today. So since the membership of this committee is very strict on the number of women and men, so we already have a lady which completes the number of the required women on the committee. No? One will be missing. Okay, so we will still have 1 vacancy. So for the 6 male that we have, we can only elect 3 out of them, right? Okay. So we need 3 out of the 6 that we have. And the members of the Secretariat are already all over the place, and they will be counting your votes because we will do the elections by the show of hands. So we will begin with, is Mr. Motaki back? Is Motaki here now? Oh, okay. We had said we will give him a chance last, so let's hear from him and then the voting will begin. Mr. Manucha Motaki, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much. On behalf of my colleague, Mr. Motaki, who is now in the bilateral meeting, I have the honor to introduce him. His Excellency has been a member of this committee in 2003 with 3 successful missions in Maldives, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And he has been Foreign Minister of Islamic Republic of Iran from 2005 to 2010. And now he is the head of the Committee of Economic Diplomacy in our parliament. Hope to have the full support of the esteemed members of this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Motaki. Colleagues, I'm going to let our colleague, I'm just being told his name, instead of being called Rogers, I always call him Rogers. Now I have I'm supposed to say Rohir. Strange. Okay, yeah, it's his name. Rohir, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Just some additional words on this election for the 3 male new members of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. As Madam President just indicated, we will proceed with a show of hands vote. There are colleagues across the room. There are 10 sections within this room. There are 10 colleagues of the IPU who will be registering your vote. And the way in which you can show your vote is by raising your hand. And just as a reminder, only those who wear a blue badge, members of the delegation, and of course, dependent on the number of votes that your delegation is entitled to, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, that you know, those votes will be recorded by our colleagues and will then be subsequently brought forward. The only way in which you can vote is by showing your hand in support of a candidate. You can decide to support 1 or more candidates. You can decide to support all of the candidates, so you can raise your hands 6 times for all of the 6 candidates. You can also decide to not raise your hand at all, and that will not be recorded as a vote in favor, or you can do a mix and show your support for some of the candidates, but not for others.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Having heard that information, we now go to the voting stage. Members of the Secretariat, please be ready for the counting. Those who... Okay, for clarity, I will read again the names of the candidates. We have Mr. Manucha Motaki, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran. We have Mr. Said Ali Zafar, Senator from Pakistan. We have Mr. Daniel Kagiani Gomez, Senator from Uruguay. We have Mr. Mustafa Ayash Mutlak Al-Kubaisi, member of the Council of Representatives of Iraq. We have Mr. Chonlathan Supabunled, member of the House of Representatives, Thailand. Then we have Mr. Cesar Augusto Rendon Garcia, member of the Chamber of Deputies, Mexico. So we will begin with those who would like Mr. Manucha Motaki, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran, to be a member to this committee. Please raise your hands. Okay, colleagues, I'm advised here that we wait for a few seconds so that the Secretariat record properly who is in the room, and then we will begin the voting.
No, the voting is already... No, the voting.
On a point of order, Madam President.
Hold on, Zimbabwe. Pardon.
On a point of order.
Hold on, Zimbabwe.
Thank you.
Okay, Zimbabwe, before we go back to the voting.
Thank you, Madam President.
Is it not possible to beam the names as you call them out so that we can refresh our memory?
Zimbabwe, you mean I should call them again, or you would want to have the names with you?
Oh, screen them.
Oh,
if you
on the
call one
screen.
name,
Okay. I think that should be possible. The technical team, can we have that projected, please? If you can remove the two names, you have to remove the name of Mr. Francisco Chuhuan, member of Parliament Palestine, and also Ms. Unzila Shapak from Kazakhstan. Remove their names because they will not be voted for. Technical team, can you please project that? Okay, let me have a clear indication from the technical team, because today we are really constrained of time. Is this something doable within the few seconds, or if it's not possible, then I don't mind reading over and over so that the members can write down the names themselves. Is it a possibility or not? Sorry? Okay. Colleagues, on the while we are waiting for the names to be projected, let me remind you what Rohie has just told us, that you are allowed to vote on every candidate. If you wish to raise your hand in respect of every candidate, feel free to do so. But if there are some that you wouldn't want to vote for, you just like hold your peace. So I'm informed they are trying, but since it's not here, let me read for you. This is a council document on item number 11, and it's number CL/217/11-P note 1, and it's written activities of committees of other bodies, elections to IPU bodies. So if you could also quickly peruse in your documents, then we can get. Yeah, if you can peruse in your document and locate it. So that said, colleagues, let's try to save time. You can vote on every candidate if you so wish. So I will read the names again, yeah? Because we don't have much time today and our agenda is still long. So Mr. Manucha Motaki, member of the Islamic Parliament of Iran. Those in support of this candidate or who would like to vote for him, please hands up.
Maybe if you can ask the IPU staff, have you recorded the votes?
IPU staff, are you recording the votes? Have you recorded the votes? Okay. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we will now go to the second person, who is Mr. Saeed Ali Zafar, Senator from Pakistan. Those who would like to vote for this candidate, please raise your hands. Sorry? That's fine. Members of the Secretariat, have you recorded the vote? Members of the Secretariat, have you recorded the votes? Members of the Secretariat, are you done recording the votes? We have the votes for all the rows? Okay. Mr. Daniel Cagiani Gomez, Senator from Uruguay. Those in support of this candidate, please raise your hands. You know the guy. Members of the Secretariat, are you done recording the votes? Okay. So I'm informed that is done. Now we go to Mr. Mustafa Ayash Mutlak Al-Kubaisi, member of the Council of the Representatives of Iraq. Those who would like to vote for this member to be, for this colleague to be a member of the committee, please raise your hands. Members of the Secretariat, we are done? Are we done? Okay, thank you so much. Now we go to Mr. Chonlathan Super Bonled, a member of the House of Representatives of Thailand. Those who would like this colleague to be a member of the committee, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Now we go to Mr. Cesar Augusto Rondon Garcia, member of the Chamber of Deputies, Mexico. Those who would like this colleague to be a member, please raise your hands. Colleagues, as the counting of votes will take some minutes, I suggest that we proceed to hearing some of these reports, and then as soon as the results are here, I will announce them to you. So we will go to now to listen from the report of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and I would like to invite Ms. Fatma Aksal, the member of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye and president of the 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, to present the report of their meeting. Ms. Aksal, you have the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to present the report of the 41st session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, which I had the privilege to preside over. The forum met on 15 April and brought together 307 participants, including 156 parliamentarians from 62 countries. Among them were 92 women and 64 men parliamentarians. It was a great pleasure to welcome all participants to this important gathering. At the opening of the forum, Mr. Numan Kurtulmuş, the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, and the President of the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Dr. Tulya Aksen, President of the IPU, Mr. Martin Chong-ong, Secretary General of the IPU, and Senator Cynthia Lopez Castro, President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, reflected on the forum's long-standing contribution to advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women. They also paid tribute to the outgoing Secretary General, acknowledging its steadfast commitment to gender equality throughout its tenure. The Bureau of Women Parliamentarians has been instrumental in guiding the forum's work. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all colleagues who serve in it with dedication and commitment. The forum examined 2 draft resolutions before this Assembly throughout a gender perspective. With regard to the resolution on the role of parliaments in establishing robust post-conflict management mechanism and restoring a just and lasting peace, the forum called on the parliaments to ensure women's full and meaningful participation in all post-conflict processes. It stressed the urgent need to guarantee access to justice, accountability, and provide comprehensive support to survivors of the conflict-related sexual violence. On the resolution concerning the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance, the forum noted that current trade and taxation systems are deepening gender inequalities and identified concrete actions to bring about change. I'm pleased to note that gender-sensitive amendments have been incorporated into both resolutions. In the afternoon, the forum held a substantive discussion on the escalation of conflicts and their disproportionate impact on women and girls. We expressed our solidarity with all women and girls affected by conflict. Our exchanges were frank, timely, and forward-looking. We affirmed that women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace processes, conflict prevention, and peace agreements is not optional. It is essential for achieving sustainable peace. Women are not only victims of conflicts, they are leaders, peace builders, and agents of change, and must be fully recognized and supported as such. The forum also heard presentation from the candidates for the positions of Secretary General and engaged with them on their vision for advancing gender equality. Furthermore, the forum elected 2 new members to the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Aseki from Côte d'Ivoire and Ms. Wongmo from Bhutan. I warmly congratulate both of them. Dear colleagues, it has been a great pleasure for me and for my country to welcome you in Istanbul. I hope you enjoyed your stay and wish you a safe return to your respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Axel, for this report. We really appreciate. Colleagues, may I take that you approve this report? Thank you so much. It is so approved. Now you have just been informed from the report that there were also elections And now the governing board is invited to endorse the election of the candidates that were mentioned by Ms. Axel. For the Africa Geopolitical Group, we have Ms. Aseke, who is from Cote d'Ivoire, who is going to replace Ms. Kalibali Dao, also from Cote d'Ivoire, who is no longer a member of parliament, for a 3-year term ending in March 2029. Do we approve, dear colleagues? Thank you very much. It is so decided. For the Asia Pacific, Ms. D. Wangmo from Bhutan to replace Ms. V. Techaterewat from Thailand, who is no longer a member of parliament, for a 1-year term ending March 2027. Colleagues, do we approve? Thank you so much. So they are duly elected, and it is so decided. We now go to the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, and I would like to give the floor to Ms. Noor Al-Gush from Jordan, who is the president of the Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, to report on their meeting.
Thank you very much. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, our forum met on 16 April with 61 young MPs from 41 countries. 34% of us were women MP. At this assembly, only about 13% of delegates were young MPs. This is a very low percentage. I push you all to ensure that at least one young MP under 40 is part of your delegation. Our forum studied the state of youth political participation around the world. Introduction, the 2025 IPU report on youth participation in national parliaments. We were alarmed that a global percentage of young MPs under 30 has been stuck at only 2.8%. Studying young women participation, we were shocked to see that it has actually decreased. We need to do better, and I push you to take more resolute action than ever before to ensure a fair youth participation in your parliaments. Good practice already tested by several parliaments around the world are available to inspire change and results. Some of you have tested lowering the age of qualification, adopting youth quotas, and empowering Gen Z. More needs to be done, including exploring the use of term limits, better support of youth in political parties, and also for women especially. Colleagues, we met in a time of conflicts that are impacting so many young people in this region and beyond. Education and youth employment are being heavily disrupted. Fear and psychological risks are ripe among the youth. This must change. Youth must be deeply involved in sustainability, the peace, not to observe it. The Bureau of Young MPs met with the High Commissioner of Refugees, Mr. Barham Saleh. As young MPs, we will play our role in supporting refugees, not only as victims of conflict, but also as talented and important individuals. We thank the Standing Committee for taking in our youth amendments in their resolutions. We prepared our inputs into the future resolution on people with disabilities and appointing our colleague, Mr. Kuku from Chad, to be our youth reporter. The young MPs will meet soon again in Samarkand and for the next global conference of young MP from 4 to 6 September 2026. We thank our Uzbek hosts who are preparing the conference. We had a dialogue with the candidates to be the next IPU Secretary General. We look forward to working with our new Secretary General, Ms. Anda, to take the youth movement further. Lastly, a very touching moment was to say bye-bye to our hero and our supporter, Mr. Martin. We expressed our deeply appreciation for your 30 years of supporting us as MPs and young MPs. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Thank you again. And thank you, colleagues. See you all in the coming conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ghosh, for this report, and we appreciate your efforts and also the contribution that you're making to the IPU's youth cause. Colleagues, do I take it that we approve this report? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Now we go to task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. And here we will be having Speaker Farougia, who is from Malta, presenting the report on behalf of the task force. Speaker Farougia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, since its establishment in March 2022, the IPU Task Force on the Peaceful Resolution of the War in Ukraine has worked to encourage political dialogue and support peace building. It has also focused on ways to address the humanitarian impact of this war. The task force remains deeply concerned by the ongoing hostilities, which continue to cause loss of life and serious damage of infrastructure. At the 16th meeting this year, the task force welcomed recent steps towards a negotiating solution. These included trilateral meetings in Abu Dhabi, in Geneva, involving Ukraine, the Russian Federation, and also the United States. It also noted progress in humanitarian issues, in particular recent prison exchanges. At the same time, the task force expressed concern that negotiations have slowed, and it voiced hope that they will resume soon. The task force also continued discussions on the issue of children separated from their parents and close relatives. Following its October 2025 meeting, the task force received a third set of cases from the Ukrainian delegation. Both sides provided further clarification on this subject during the last meeting. The task force welcomed the constructive tone of these exchanges and the renewed willingness to engage. It will continue to follow up, support information sharing, and explore possible steps towards family reunification. The issue of prisoners also was discussed. Both delegations signaled their readiness to encourage further and showed openness to submitting a limited number of cases and exchange information through the task force. Members are also considered whether discussions could expand to other humanitarian issues. They highlighted concerns about food safety, especially given global pressures linked to the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. They also recalled the important role played by Türkiye in facilitating the Black Sea Grain Initiative in 2022. The protection of cultural heritage was also raised as another concern and potential matter for further engagement. The task force agreed to continue its work between assemblies and to remain in close contact with both delegations. The task force now looks forward to reporting further progress in the next meeting during the 153rd Assembly in the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Speaker Farougia, for that report. Dear colleagues, do I take it that we all approve the report? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Now we go to the Committee on the Middle East Questions, and we'll be listening to Mr. No? Okay. So I can see that on behalf of the committee, we are going to listen to. Oh.
She's the new president of the committee.
Okay. So we will hear first from Mr. Talsma, the outgoing president, and then he will also be sharing his time with the incoming president of the committee. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Honorable colleagues, it's a privilege to address you here in Istanbul, a city bridging continents and traditions, so fitting ground for a committee whose work it is to build bridges. It is also fitting to hand over its stewardship to Mrs. Erdogan, elected on Saturday to lead our work in the year ahead. The role she assumes demands particular qualities: the resilience to hold space for all voices, the neutrality and conviction that dialogue with all parties must always come first. We entrust the committee to her with confidence. And in Turkish, I say to her, Sana bilgelik diliyorum. I wish you wisdom.
Thank you.
During our meeting, we found ourselves yet again discussing the profound turmoil extending from the Gulf to Lebanon, and above all, the unrelenting humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory. Yet running through our exchanges was a single conviction: these crises are inseparable, and peace in the region is impossible without a just solution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the basis of the two-state solution. We wish to echo before this Assembly, before this Governing Council, the substantive briefing delivered to the committee by the Diakonia International Humanitarian Law Center. This briefing reminded us that to ensure justice for future generations, every state must uphold international humanitarian law. In July 2024, the International Court of Justice affirmed in an advisory opinion, prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territories violates the Palestinian people's rights to self-determination. We all bear the responsibility to uphold that right. Parliaments are not spectators, are not an audience in this. By essence, we hold our governments to account through oversight over budgets, arms transfers, and ratifying treaties. We must do so in defense of the human rights of Israelis and Palestinians, which is why as parliaments we have the duty to oppose anti-Semitism and all forms of bigotry that deny dignity to any people. The Committee on Middle East Questions also advanced the practical implementation of the reform before the Governing Council today. We agreed to address the state of the region through a dual focus, keeping the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as our standing priority and taking up at every assembly one further crisis that demands our attention. And we committed to serve our purpose more effectively through field missions, closer dialogue with other IPU bodies, United Nations, and through engagement with civil society and with parliamentarians from the region. As our standing priority, the committee will examine settlements in the West Bank through the lens of international humanitarian law. And in that spirit, Madam President, we will undertake a field visit as soon as possible to assess firsthand the accelerating reality of annexation and liaise with the relevant United Nations offices. As our rotating focus until the 153rd Assembly, we will work on the role of parliamentary and inter-parliamentary mediation in the implementation of United Nations resolutions. in close coordinations with the Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs. Secretary General Mr. Chung Gong reminded us in his final session as Secretary of this committee that people living in conflict count on the international community to bear witness and stand with them. Once again, I would like to thank him on behalf of the committee for his service, for his great commitment to the work of this committee, for his unwavering support, and we carry his conviction forward. And we also congratulate Ms. Anda Philip with her election today, and we are looking forward to working with her. Having said this, I would like to hand over to my successor as President of the Committee on Middle East Questions, Madam Erdogan. Please.
Before starting my speech, I would like to thank beforehand because I am very excited. Maybe I can forget to thank you. First of all, our Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chung Gong, I would like to thank you all for all the things you did for us, especially for preparing the General Assembly in our country. You were really a good friend, and you supported us a lot. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to thank you, Mr. Talsma. You were a very good leader in our committee, and I would like to thank for your service also in our committee and your friendship also. And also, I would like to congratulate Ms. Anda Philip I hope she will be very successful in her new position. Madam President, and as my colleague has rightly said, to ensure justice and secure peace for our children, each of us bears a duty under Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions, not only to respect, but to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. To nurture hope for future generations, we must refuse the acquisition of territory by force and continuous occupation. What is happening today is not only a Palestinian tragedy. It's a test of whether the rules we have built together to protect humanity still hold. Join us, dear colleagues, in enduring support for UNRWA so that Palestinian children may have a chance to access education, food, health, and through this, a chance for peace. Madam President, our committee therefore places before you a simple question. Can we truly nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations of Palestinians while legislation adopted in Knesset establishes a death penalty applied on discriminatory grounds? We call upon every parliament in this assembly to join us in urging the international community to defend, without exception, the equal protection of every human being before the law. It is only through respect for the law that we can ensure justice and secure peace. Our task is not to observe history. It is to act upon it. You can count on this committee to stand where parliaments must stand, on the side of the law, on the side of dignity, and on the side of generations whose future this assembly has pledged to secure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Erdogan and Mr. Talsma, for the report. We really appreciate. Thank you. Colleagues, do I take it that we wish to adopt the report? Thank you so much. It is so approved. Colleagues, the Council is called upon to elect 2 members to replace. We don't. Okay. So, colleagues, you, under usual circumstances, would be required to elect members who are supposed to replace others who are no longer members of parliament or they have lost their mandates. But I am informed that, unfortunately, we don't have any candidates. Irrespectively, the members who were supposed to be elected were to replace Mr. Darwish from Egypt, whose term ended on the 151st Assembly, and Ms. Kaki from Iraq, who is no longer a member of parliament. As per the revised rules prepared by the committee and endorsed by the executive committee, the committee should be composed of one man and one woman from each geopolitical group. At present, the committee has no members from the Eurasia group and only one member each from the African geopolitical group, GRULAC, and the Asian Pacific group, in each case a man. In the context of the transition to the new composition, these vacancies should therefore ideally be filled by a man or woman from the Eurasia group or a man or a woman from one of the three other underrepresented groups. The transition towards full compliance with the rules will continue as and when further vacancies arise. So we hope when we meet next, we will be able to have the candidates. So before we go to the report of the next committee, I would like to announce the results of the elections of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, which we have just concluded. The candidate from the Arab group, Mr. Mustafa Ayash Mutlaq Al-Kubaisi from Iraq, he got 59 votes. From Asia Pacific, Mr. Manusha Motaki from the Islamic Republic of Iran got 6 votes. Mr. Saeed Ali Zafar from Pakistan, 16 votes. Mr. Chonlathan Sombai-Ponled from Thailand, 82 votes. Eurasia Group, Ms. Unzila was elected unopposed. From GRULAC, Mr. Daniel Cagiani Gomez from Uruguay got 69 votes. Mr. Cesar Augusto Randon Garcia, Mexico, got 73 votes. Now, colleagues, according to the rules that we have for this committee, it is talking about two conditions in the sense that we need to have geopolitical groups represented in the committee. At the same time, it is talking about gender parity in the group. Now, these particular rules, at some point, we have to relook at them because at the moment, unfortunately, that's the reality. At the moment, we will have the three people who would have gotten the highest votes will be coming from Asia Pacific, who has 82 votes, and then from GRULAC, Mr. Garcia, who has 73 votes, and again from GRULAC, who has 69 votes. But now you will realize from the composition of the committee, we will be missing a representative from the Arab group. But it's because the rules are talking about the geopolitical group and women. And so, because this is a man who now cannot make it to the committee because he has lower votes than the other three. At the same time, when next we will be electing in October, this position has to be taken by a woman, because now you will have men and enough numbers in terms of men, but not enough numbers for women. So we have to look at these rules. Sometimes, well, as a lawyer, maybe you can't put two conditions in the same rule. We either choose to be geopolitically correct or we choose to be gender balanced. We can't have both at the same time. So this now is a challenge which I thought I should tell you so that you know we have an issue with our rules and we have to really look up to them because they are affecting some of the members. So that said, I would like to announce now that our colleagues who will now make it as members of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians will be Thailand, Mexico, and Uruguay. So that is what we have for now. Colleagues, now we will go to the committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law. Okay, so committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law. Speaker Farugia is going to lead us as the president of the committee. Please, you have the floor, Mr. Farugia.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I am pleased to present the report on the work of the committee, which I chair, to promote respect for international humanitarian law. Our session in Istanbul was again a very busy one and engaged one covering several topics. Of course, I will not cover all of them, but you will find them in our report. But suffice to say that we delved into issues of international humanitarian law, humanitarian disarmament, and also refugee protection. With that, I would like to turn to 2 points which we discussed. The first concerns the humanitarian situation in the Middle East, with particular focus on Lebanon. Since the beginning of March 2026, the humanitarian situation in Lebanon has deteriorated sharply following the intensification of the hostilities. These hostilities came on top of years of compounded crisis. Essential services were already stretched to the breaking point. The economic situation was already dire, and countless families were struggling to cope. In reviewing the situation, we expressed concern over the devastating humanitarian impact of hostilities on communities across Lebanon. Women, children, and the elderly have been disproportionately affected. Over 1 million people in Lebanon have been internally displaced within the country since the last escalation of hostilities. That is, 30% of the 1 million are all children. Thousands of people killed and injured, widespread damage to civilian infrastructure, buildings, schools, healthcare facilities, and essential services. The escalation of violence to prevent further loss of life is urgent and needed. Parties to the conflict must respect their obligations under the international humanitarian law. Chair, we need to do more. We need to do more to respect and ensure the respect to international humanitarian law. This is our collective responsibility, not only as global parliamentarian community, but as human beings. We call on all of you to raise awareness on this humanitarian situation to your respective parliament. Encourage your governments to speak out to defend the rights of those forcibly displaced, protect civilians, and respect of the international humanitarian law. We can do more, but we must do more. The second topic of discussion, Chair, concerns the promotion of respect of international humanitarian law as a pathway to peace and ensuring refugee protection. 2 actions and 2 action points, dear colleagues, that we call on you to build on the outcome declaration of the 150th Assembly in Geneva on upholding humanitarian action and norms, and take concrete measures in respect and ensure respect of the international humanitarian law in your countries. The second one is that we also call on you to mark the 75th anniversary of the 1951 Convention relating to status of refugees. This convention is the cornerstone of refugee protection, and we need together to push for its universalization and effective implementation. So we count on you. I will end with a word of thanks to you, Mr. Secretary General Martin. Thank you very much for all the work that you did and that we did together, for all your continuous support to the work of this committee. We know of your encouragement and engagement in favor of those that are forgotten. We know that. And this is something which I keep close to my heart, and I will thank you on behalf of everyone here. And also that the people that are vulnerable, and in particular, the attention that you have always placed, Mr. Secretary General, always placed on ending statelessness. That's something that we have worked together, and we have to continue to work. And we thank you and hope that your successor, and I congratulate her here, Under Philip, will engage in the same way in our work. We wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker Fargia. Colleagues, do I take it that the Council approves the report? It is so approved. Thank you so much. Now we are called upon to elect 4 members as follows. These members are supposed to fill in the vacancies that have been left in the Africa group. Ms. Esther Jailos Jolobara from Malawi, who has taken up other responsibilities within the Parliament. Asia Pacific group, Mr. Sueb Sang, who has to be replaced because he's no longer a member of Parliament. Eurasia group, 2 vacancies that has to be filled by at least 1 man for the seat that was not filled at the 148th Assembly to replace Ms. Hakobian from Armenia, who has been absent from 3 consecutive sessions of the committee. And we have received the following candidatures. From the Africa group, we have received Ms. Mzumara from Malawi. From Asia Pacific group, we have received from Mr. Bagazadeh from Islamic Republic of Iran. And from Eurasia, we have received Ms. Vyatenko from Russia Federation. May I take it that you wish to elect these 3 candidates, dear colleagues? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Congratulations to all of you who have been duly elected. Now we go to another report from the Gender Partnership Group. And here I'm informed that we will be hearing from Speaker Nelly Muti from Zambia. Okay, she's there coming, so we will hear from her. Speaker Nelly Muti, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to brief you on the work of the Gender Partnership Group. As you know, the group is made up of 2 men and 2 women members of the Executive Committee. Our role is to promote equality between men and women, both within the IPU and in national parliaments, and to guarantee a safe environment for everyone to participate. Here in Istanbul, the group welcomed 2 new members, Mr. Geoffrey from Belgium and myself, to sit alongside Mr. Sera from Indonesia and Ms. Mikhailova from Azerbaijan. Ms. Mikhailova was elected as the new chair of the group. As per our mandate, we monitored the participation of women delegates in this assembly. As of yesterday, 36.1% of the delegates here in Istanbul were women. This is lower than the percentage in the past 3 assemblies. Also, we had more all-male delegations of 2 or more members than last time when we met in Geneva, 10 up from 9. We also looked at gender balance in delegations. By that, we mean delegations that are composed of at least 40% men and 40% women. Out of the 133 delegations present, 37 are gender balanced, which is less than the share at the last assembly. Colleagues, we know we can do better than this, and we must do better. Gender parity is our goal at IPU. So let's spread the word in our geopolitical groups so that the next time we hit a new record of gender balanced delegations. The group also welcomed ongoing efforts to make IPU policy to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, better known to everyone. We welcomed the fact that more people are coming forward to report instances. This is an issue of great importance, and our group will continue monitoring the situation. Colleagues, we need all hands on deck so that the IPU can become fully safe and respectful space for everyone. So we also invite you to take action at home, and the IPU stands ready to support you. The group also discussed the state of women's participation in national parliaments. To continue to promote progress here in Istanbul, the group held fruitful dialogue with the delegation of the Parliament of Samoa, led by the Deputy Speaker. Samoa reserves 10% of parliamentary seats for women since 2013, and it elected its first woman Prime Minister in 2021. During our dialogue, the delegation indicated that while women MPs have been playing a critical role, progress has been stagnating. This is mainly due to the fact that only few women hold the title of family chief or matai, and only family chiefs can contest elections. In addition, there is a public perception that women do not belong in politics, and that women's political participation is a women's issue rather than societal one. The delegation indicated that steps to be taken include encouraging more women family chiefs to run for parliament, raising awareness among the population to shift the mindset, as well as encouraging or engaging male parliamentarians and as gender champions. Our group appreciated this dialogue and offered IPU support to Samoa Parliament's efforts ahead of the next elections in 2030. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this report. Colleagues, do I take it that you approve the report? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Now we go to the Committee on Health. I'm going to invite Ms. Lorraine Clifford-Lee from Ireland to present the report on the meeting. Ms. Lorraine Clifford-Lee, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues and friends, the Committee on Health met for the second meeting on the 15th of April with 10 members in attendance, at a time when global health challenges are not only evolving but intensifying. The clear message that emerged from the outset of the discussions was that health is not merely a policy issue, it's a fundamental human right issue, and one that remains unevenly realised across societies. Members shared national experiences, highlighting both progress and persistent gaps. The committee examined crucial issues such as health equity, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and the urgent needs of adolescents, a group too often left at the margins of policy attention. These discussions made clear that political will remains the divisive factor in transforming commitments into reality. The committee was briefed on the work of the Lancet Commission on the 21st Century Global Health Threats, which underscored that global health landscape is becoming more complex, more interconnected and more fragile, and that the threats facing societies from pandemics to climate-related health issues risks do not respect borders. The committee considered whether parliaments are prepared for these developments, concluding that while they are not yet, they can be. The committee also engaged in a critical discussion with a representative from the World Health Organization on the ongoing negotiations surrounding the WHO pandemic agreement. The discussion emphasized that this is not just a technical process, but also a political one, and that parliaments have a decisive role to play in combating misinformation, fostering informed public debate, and ensuring that international commitments translate into national action. It was stressed that these are not abstract responsibilities, but tools for saving lives. The committee turned its attention to the future and significant challenges that lie ahead. Members raised concerns about declining international health funding, particularly for HIV programs, which threatens to reverse years of progress, and discussed the growing need for stronger parliamentary oversight to ensure preparedness and long-term resilience. The discussion also touched on emerging public health issues, namely the rapid spread of new tobacco and vaping products and the silent but deadly rise in antimicrobial resistance affecting both humans and animals. It was emphasised that these are not distinct risks, rather they are present dangers requiring immediate legislative attention. The key principle to emerge from these discussions was that multilateral cooperation is not optional. It is essential, and no country can tackle these challenges alone. The committee discussed the upcoming Global Parliamentary Forum to be held on the 20th of May 2026 at the World Health Assembly in Geneva. Members noted that the event, which will be co-organised by the IPU and the WHO, will be a critical opportunity for parliamentarians to engage directly with global health priorities, exchange expertise, and strengthen their collective response. Committee members also participated in other events at the 152nd IPU Assembly, including a high-level symposium on accelerating action for the health of women, children and adolescents in times of crisis, convened by the PMNCH, as well as a workshop with the WHO on sustainable health financing, including the role of health taxes in an increasingly uncertain economic environment. During a visit to a refugee centre, the committee members witnessed firsthand individuals and families relying on mental health supports, basic services and community outreach to rebuild their lives. This visit served as a reminder that health systems must be inclusive, resilient and above all humane. And before I finish my contribution, I would like to thank Martin, the outgoing Secretary-General, for his continued support for our committee, and we look forward to working with our incoming Secretary-General and Gurv Mila Mahagiv. This concludes the report from the Health Committee.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. We really appreciate the good work that you're doing. Colleagues, do we approve the report? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Now, I am made to understand that we have a video address from the Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros, who, apart from that, is also, apart from just addressing us, is going to invite us to the next World Health Assembly, which will be held in Geneva. Especially, he would like us to participate in the parliamentary dialogue which will take place during this occasion. So the technical team, please play the video for us.
The Honorable Dr. Tulia Aksen, Distinguished President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Your Excellency Numan Kurtulmus, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, my friend IPU Secretary General Martin Chungong, distinguished parliamentarians, dear colleagues and friends. At a time of profound global challenges, multilateral cooperation and parliamentary leadership are essential for peace, equity, development and health. Your leadership as parliamentarians is critical for translating global commitments into national action, including the pandemic agreement and sustainable health financing. WHO and IPU are working together to connect global health governance to national parliaments. That's why, together, we have now established a regular, dedicated space for parliamentarians within the World Health Assembly, a global parliamentary forum, to be held on the 20th of May in Geneva alongside the World Health Assembly. We encourage you to join your national delegations at the World Health Assembly and to take an active role in this forum. Thank you all for your leadership and partnership as we work together for a healthier, safer, fairer world.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tedros, for this invitation, and the membership has heard you, and we believe they will be making all the efforts to attend. That said, colleagues, we have already adopted the report, but usually after we have been informed about what the committee has done, we are now called upon to determine or to elect then the members to this committee who are now missing, or not missing, but we have vacancies. So what we will do is that we will use the same process that we have been using. We have 2 vacancies? One? We have 1 vacancy. So the Committee on Health is comprised of 15 members elected by the Governing Council for a term of 4 years. Members of the committee are elected in their individual capacity on the basis of their interest, expertise in the subject matter, and availability to attend all committee sessions. According to the committee rules, no more than 8 of the members should be of the same sex, and as many of the geopolitical groups as possible should be represented. In light of the current composition, applications from men and from underrepresented geopolitical groups, notably the Arab group, are encouraged. There is currently 1 vacancy on the committee, and these are our applicants or candidates. So we have 1, Mr. Ashraf Mahmoud Ibrahim Hatem, member of the House of Representatives of Egypt. And second, Mr. Amir Waliuddin Chishti, member of Senate of Pakistan. So, colleagues, okay, I'm going to give 1 minute to each of the candidates to address us. Then we will make a determination of which one you choose to represent us on this committee, because we will need only 1 out of the 2. So, Mr. Ashraf Mahmoud Ibrahim Hatem, member of the House of Representatives of Egypt.
Yes.
You have 1 minute to address us. Please, you have
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam Chair, honorable parliamentarians, my name is Ashraf Hatem. I am professor of pulmonary medicine, Cairo University. I'm a practicing chest physician during the last 40 years. I worked in every aspect of health services, policy making, education, and administration. I was the former director of the General for the Cairo University Hospitals, which is the oldest and largest tertiary hospital in the Middle East, former Minister of Health and Population of Egypt, and former Secretary General for Supreme Council of Universities. I was elected for the Egyptian Parliament from 20 to 25 as the chair of the Health Committee, and re-elected in 26 to 31. In Egypt, we have a reform era in the last few years with the implementation of universal health coverage and many laws for regulatory bodies. We have eradicated smallpox, schistosomiasis, polio, and WHO last few years declared Egypt free of hepatitis C, malaria, and trachoma, with great success in the national TB program. In the Health Committee, I suggest that we have learned lessons from member countries and to work with the WHO, UNDP, and UNITE for the universal health coverage for regulatory bodies strong regulatory bodies for drugs, medical equipment, and licensing and relicensing, and addressing the brain drain from developing countries for healthcare workers to be brain circulation for healthcare workers between developing and developed countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Amir Waliuddin Chishti, Member of the Senate, Pakistan. 1 minute. Somebody called chair, but I don't know where they are, and I don't know. Is the candidate in the room? Okay, go ahead. Please use your microphone. I don't know which country is it? Pakistan. Pakistan. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Amir Waliuddin Chishti. You have the floor. Okay, can you move to next?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On behalf of Senator Amir Chishti brings a distinguished record as a philanthropist and a public health expert whose personal endeavors have enabled a chain of health care facilities free for the vulnerable and needy people in Pakistan. And especially, I would like to mention that he always looked after the disabled children. He is also the chair of the Standing Committee on Health in Senate. He is actively working for health facilities in areas which is affected by terrorism. I request to kindly elect him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, now we will go back to voting, and you will raise your hand in favor of the candidate that you support. But let me remind you the same process that we used when we were electing members for the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Members are allowed to vote for either all the candidates, meaning when I call the name of the candidate and you are in support of them, you raise your hand, we count the votes. Then we'll go to the second candidate. If you so wish to support them again, you can go ahead and support them. So we will now straight go to start voting. The delegates who support the candidacy of Mr. Hatem from Egypt, please raise your badge hand or something, and the members of the Secretariat will count you. Please keep them up as they are counting. No. Are you done counting? Done? This end? Are we done? Okay. Colleagues, now I would like to call upon the delegates who would like to support the candidacy of Mr. Chishti from Pakistan. Please raise your badge or your hand. Please keep it up until when you are counted. Are we done with the counting? Done? Okay. Done, Karin? Done? Okay. Colleagues, as we wait for the results, we will go now to another report, which will be on the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Castillo Cuera from Mexico, who is the chair of the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism. And she's going to present her report. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, honorable asamblea. Es un honor, en mi calidad de presidenta del Grupo Asesor de Alto Nivel sobre la lucha contra el terrorismo y el extremismo violento, presentarles los resultados de nuestra 20ª reunión celebrada este pasado 15 de abril. En un contexto internacional muy complejo, con múltiples conflictos e inestabilidad, el terrorismo y el extremismo violento siguen siendo una preocupación real para todos nosotros. Durante la reunión analizamos los riesgos y contextos de los postconflictos, ya que un conflicto no significa, o el postconflicto, el fin de la violencia, porque cuando las instituciones son débiles, persisten las desigualdades, faltan las oportunidades y se crean espacios que pueden ser aprovechados por grupos extremistas. También coincidimos, los miembros del grupo, en algo importante. Estos riesgos se pueden reducir con políticas adecuadas, con más inclusión, instituciones más fuertes y oportunidades reales de desarrollo. Es posible, sí, es posible evitar que el terrorismo resurja y avanzar hacia una paz duradera. También abordamos la radicalización en el entorno digital. Las plataformas digitales pueden también acelerar la difusión de ideologías extremistas, especialmente entre los jóvenes. Ahora destaco uno de los resultados más importantes de nuestra reunión. Subrayo y destaco el documento sobre la definición de terrorismo que fue presentado en el grupo por la Secretaría, elaborando a solicitud de los miembros del grupo desde nuestra reunión en Kigali, Ruanda. Sabemos que la falta de una definición internacional sigue siendo un pendiente, lo cual complica la cooperación, genera ambigüedades jurídicas y debilita nuestros marcos legales. Por eso este documento es relevante y no es una definición obligatoria y tampoco vinculante, pero sí establece una base clara, sólida y jurídicamente fundamentada, basada en el derecho internacional y en los derechos humanos. Es un punto de partida que nos hacía falta. Los miembros recibieron esta propuesta de manera muy positiva y reconocieron su valor como una herramienta concreta para apoyar nuestras tareas en los parlamentos. Este documento no puede quedarse en el ámbito técnico y solicito su pronta publicación. Le pido al señor secretario general pueda emitir una autorización para que este documento, esta definición, se pueda publicar cuanto antes. Permítame referirme ahora al llamado del Sahel, el Call de Sahel, que sigue siendo una prioridad para el grupo y por supuesto de interés para el grupo de África, porque la situación en el Sahel es preocupante y bien conocida: la inseguridad, el terrorismo, la pobreza, las presiones climáticas, la juventud en un entorno de peligro permanente y todo ello en un contexto de fragilidad. Y en ese sentido, se están realizando esfuerzos para fortalecer alianzas con instituciones y movilizar recursos en apoyo a proyectos de desarrollo en la región. Se informa a los miembros también sobre los contactos en curso con foros internacionales que trabajan iniciativas muy interesantes de desarrollo y de medio ambiente y que cuentan con mecanismos de financiamiento económico relevantes para el Sahel. Me refiero prácticamente a la iniciativa sudano-sahalien, que promueve un enfoque integral que vincula la protección del medio ambiente, el desarrollo y la seguridad, así como hacer frente a las presiones climáticas, a la pérdida de recursos naturales y a las vulnerabilidades socioeconómicas, al tiempo que se refuerza también la resiliencia y los medios de vida para las comunidades del Sahel. Por otra parte, se actualizó sobre las visitas parlamentarias en la región del Sahel para mayo del 2026. Compañeras y compañeros distinguidos delegados, la lucha contra el terrorismo no puede limitarse a la seguridad porque debe de abordar sus causas profundas y centrarse en las personas. Este esfuerzo tiene que estar en unión en todos los parlamentos porque es un papel esencial el que tenemos como parlamentarios para hacer frente a estos desafíos. Le quiero dar las gracias a nuestro secretario general Martir Chongun por haber tenido la iniciativa en el año 2018 de haber creado este grupo. Es un grupo importante, es un grupo que está completamente asesorado por expertos y que ha sido muy entusiasta, pero además ha enfrentado también desafíos, sobre todo el de profundizar en el tema del terrorismo. Gracias, señor secretario Martir Chongun, por poner en el centro a las víctimas en el ESLAC y hacerlas más visibles. Es cuanto, gracias. Soy Marcela Guerra de México.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the report. Colleagues, do I take it that we approve the report? Thank you so much. It is so decided. Now we are called, members of the Council, to elect 4 members as follows. The Africa Group, Eurasia Group, and 12+. So Africa Group, 1 vacancy which has to be filled by a woman to replace Ms. Amero, Uganda, who is no longer a member of parliament. Eurasia Group is supposed to fill 2 vacancies to be filled by 1 man and 1 woman for the seat that was not filled at the 147th Assembly. And for that seat, that was not filled at the 151st Assembly. 12+, 1 vacancy to be filled by 1 man to replace Mr. Moland, who has withdrawn from this committee. And we have received the following candidatures. For the African Group, we haven't received any candidate. And Eurasia Group, we have Mr. Nabi Zoda from Tajikistan. And we have, from 12+, we have Mr. Ara Fogiel from Poland. Colleagues, do I take it that we elect the 2 candidates who have been presented here? Thank you so much. Colleagues, congratulations, those of you who have been duly elected by the Governing Council. Now, before we go to another working group, I would like to announce the results of the elections of the Committee on Health. We have Mr. Amir Waluddin Chishti from Pakistan got 23 votes, and Mr. Ashraf Mahmoud Ibrahim Hatem from Egypt, 77 votes. So, Mr. Ashraf Mahmoud Ibrahim Hatem from Egypt has been duly elected to the Committee of Health. Colleagues, now we go to the Working Group on Science and Technology, and we will be hearing the report of this group from its chair, Ms. Cederfelt from Sweden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. If you allow me, I would first like to start on behalf of the Swedish delegation. I would like to congratulate Ms. Anda Philip for the election and the result to be the new Secretary General of IPU. Madam President, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to report on Working Group of Science and Technology during this assembly. In today's world, we are not only living through change, we are confronting its speed, technological development. And it has taken decades to influence our societies. But now it's reshaping. It goes faster than we can think and believe. The question we as MPs must confront ourselves with is clear. Are our parliaments equipped to keep pace? This question is one of the main question that we have asked ourselves in the working group for this meeting. We have exchanged views on how parliaments are engaging with science and technology. While approaches vary, there is a shared effort to integrate evidence more systematically into policy making and lawmaking through advisory bodies, expert hearings, dedicated committees and partnerships with academia. At the same time, we are recognized common challenges. The pace of technological advancements, it's difficult to match. Misinformation remains a concern. Entire communities remain excluded from the digital world, while the power of technology is increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few actors. But we are all, as citizens, affected. We also emphasize the importance of science diplomacy in a context of rising global tensions. And it's clear for all of us in the members of the working group that there need to be an expanded toolbox when we are dealing with conflicts. And we do see that science could be a very important tool to add to the existing toolbox. And we see that the dialogue, when other dialogues have failed, if we include science, it might be the key who could close up conflicts. Science offers a shared language to address global challenges, from everything from climate change to technological disruption, and allows cooperation to bridge divided and overcome tensions. Artificial intelligence is already shaping our societies, economies, and governance. The working group have examined both its opportunities and risks, including implications of accountability, security, and democratic process. We have also been introduced to quantum computing, which promises major advances, but raises concerns, particularly in cybersecurity and encryption. And here I would like to address as well that we have discussed a lot in the committee the need of experts' advice. But of course, when it comes to legal aspects, we have the competence to make the laws. But to make adequate laws, we need also to have advice from the experts. And yet, our national parliament systems need to have an oversight and are still catching up. In the working group, we have said that we cannot afford to remain reactive. We need to act now. And we must see that there is a need to anticipate, act deliberately based on our decision in the parliament. And our message in the working group is clear. Governance must keep pace with innovation. And we, as parliamentarians, we are the ones who can push for this. The need for forward-looking governance is reflected in the working group's ongoing work on an AI ethic annex to the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science. The working group reviewed the progress we made and committed to our advanced work with a view of the adoption of the upcoming meeting in October. The annex is grounded in a key principle, including human rights, transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, underscoring our responsibilities to ensure that AI is guided by robust governance frameworks. And we believe that AI could serve us, could serve our societies in the best manner, but there need to be adequate legislation. The impact of AI have no borders. It's worldwide, it's everywhere, it cross borders. And that's why coordination is essential. And that's why we as a parliamentarian worldwide organization like IPU have to take the lead to foster the dialogue. And it's only through collective action it's possible to share the view of the technological process that serves the most common good. But let me say also that it's always the national parliament who own its own legislation, but IPU could be the body where we share our experience and views. The working group stands ready to support all these kind of efforts through cooperation, continued engagement, and coordination across the IPU member countries. Finally, we agreed to the working plan for 2026, and I am pleased to announce that Mr. Nopadol Ina from Thailand and I have renewed our mandate as Vice Chair and Chair of the committee. Thank you very much to the members of the committee for your trust. And I will conclude by thanking the government and parliament of Turkey for their generous hospitality at our meeting here in Istanbul. And I would also like to thank Mr. Ambassador Mokhtar Omar and Ms. Tasneem Jeberi for their efforts and always be there for the working group. Thank you very much. And as well, thank you to Mr. Secretary General for all the support you have given to the working group. And we wish you from the working group all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for that report. Colleagues, do I take it that we approve this report? It is so approved. Thank you so much. Colleagues, the Council is called upon to elect three members to this group. Eurasia Group, we have 2 vacancies to be filled by 1 woman and 1 man for the seat that was not filled at the 151st Assembly. GRULAC, 1 vacancy to be filled by a man or a woman to replace Ms. Seymour from the Bahamas, who is no longer a member of Parliament. We have received the following candidates. We don't have any from GRULAC, but we have from Eurasia, Ms. Said, who is from Tajikistan. Colleagues, do we elect Madam Ms. Said to this position, to this group? Thank you so much. It is so decided. So, that said, colleagues, we will now go to item 12 of the agenda, which is report on the recent IPU specialized meetings. Under this item, we will receive several brief reports, some of which are in the form of short videos on a number of those meetings you have approved at previous sessions. As usual, detailed information on these activities is available on our website should you wish to consult it. Let us start with the Parliamentary Forum at the Second World Summit for Social Development that took place on 4th of November 2025 in Qatar, Doha. So, technical team, please. Is the video ready? Okay, so this will be an oral report and it will be presented by Ms. Al-Sulaiti, the Deputy Speaker.
What is required is engagement. your engagement. As parliamentarians, you control your governments and you sit closest to your own societies.
If you can hear me, please stop it. Yes, thank you. So, colleagues, the report on the Parliamentary Forum at the Second World Summit for Social Development will be an oral report and will be presented by the Deputy Speaker of the Shura Council of Qatar, Madam Hamda Al-Sulaiti. You have the floor.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته وسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير. في إطار حرص مجلس الشورى القطري على تعزيز دوره في الدبلوماسية البرلمانية ودعم الجهود الدولية الرامية إلى تحقيق التنمية المستدامة، نظم المجلس بالتعاون مع الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي يوم الثلاثاء الموافق 4 نوفمبر من العام 2025 المنتدى البرلماني الذي عقد ضمن فعاليات القمة العالمية الثانية للتنمية الاجتماعية تحت عنوان الاستثمار في الأفراد والمؤسسات، دور البرلمانيين في التنمية الاجتماعية. وشكل المنتدى منصة برلمانية للحوار وتبادل الرؤى بين المشرعين والخبراء وممثلين المنظمات الدولية لمناقشة سبل تعزيز مساهمة البرلمانات في تحقيق الأبعاد الاجتماعية للتنمية المستدامة ودعم الجهود الرامية إلى تمكين الإنسان وبناء المؤسسات القادرة على خدمة المجتمع بكفاءة وعدالة. تضمن المنتدى كلمات افتتاحية لسعادة السيد حسن بن عبد الله الغانم رئيس مجلس الشورى القطري، وبين فيها إسهامات مجلس الشورى في هذا المجال من خلال مناقشة التشريعات ذات البعد الاجتماعي ومتابعة تنفيذ الخطط الوطنية الخاصة بالتعليم والصحة وتمكين الشباب والمرأة وتعزيز مشاركتها، وأيضاً الفئات الخاصة بما يتماشى مع رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 التي تضع الإنسان في مقدمة أولوياتها. وفي كلمة لسعادة السيد الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي مارتن تشونغ وونغ أوضح فيها أن دولة قطر تعد شريكاً رئيسياً وفاعلاً للاتحاد، مشيداً بالتعاون الوثيق والمستمر مع مجلس الشورى القطري وبالدور البارز الذي تطلع به في دعم التنمية الاجتماعية وتعزيز جهود السلام والوساطة على المستوى الدولي، مستندة إلى ما تحظى به من ثقة وحياد. كما نوه بنجاح استضافة الدوحة لاجتماعات وفعاليات الاتحاد، مؤكداً أن البرلمانات تلعب دوراً محورياً لا يقتصر على التشريع والرقابة بل يمتد إلى الإسهام في صنع السلام وتعزيز حقوق الإنسان، إلى جانب مواكبة التحديات المستقبلية بما في ذلك توظيف التقنيات الحديثة في إطار رؤية الاتحاد للفترة المقبلة. شهد المنتدى مشاركة نخبة من الخبراء وممثلين المؤسسات الدولية المعنية بالتنمية الاجتماعية الذين استعرضوا تجارب ومقاربات متنوعة حول دور البرلمانات في تعزيز التنمية الاجتماعية وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وفيما يلي أبرز المتحدثين رئيسة مجلس إدارة منتدى السياسات العالمي، أيضاً السيدة لي أندرسون عضو البرلمان الأوروبي، وأيضاً السيدة بولين دينو فوبونغ أخصائية تمكين الشباب برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي. ركزت المناقشات والمداخلات خلال جلسات المنتدى على جملة من القضايا الأساسية التي تعكس التحديات الراهنة والفرص المتاحة لتعزيز التنمية الاجتماعية من منظور برلماني، ومن أهمها الدور التشريعي والرقابي للبرلمانات في صياغة السياسات الاجتماعية ومتابعة تنفيذ ما تحقق من العدالة وتكافؤ الفرص. تعزيز الشراكات متعددة الأطراف بين البرلمانات والحكومات والمنظمات الدولية والمجتمع المدني كرافعة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. تحسين بيئة العمل والتعليم والصحة وضمان الحماية الاجتماعية للفئات الضعيفة والمهمشة. مكافحة البطالة والفقر من خلال تبني تشريعات تعزز الابتكار وفرص العمل اللائق للشباب. تمكين المرأة والمساواة بين الجنسين بوصفهما ركيزتين أساسيتين في بناء المجتمعات العصرية. تبادل الخبرات البرلمانية في مجال التنمية الاجتماعية وتفعيل التعاون بين المجالس التشريعية والإقليمية والدولية. إبراز الدور الإنساني للبرلمانات في دعم قضايا الشعوب المتضررة من النزاعات والحرمان وفي مقدمتها القضية الفلسطينية. اختتم المنتدى بكلمة منا أشرت فيها إلى أن المناقشات أكدت على الاستثمار في الإنسان وأن الاستثمار في المؤسسات والإنسان ليس خياراً تنموياً فحسب، بل هو ضرورة أخلاقية لضمان التماسك الاجتماعي والاستقرار المجتمعي، وأن المسؤولية البرلمانية تتجاوز التشريع إلى المتابعة والتقييم بما يضمن الاستخدام الأمثل للموارد وتحقيق الشفافية والعدالة في تنفيذ البرامج الاجتماعية. وقد صدر بيان عن المنتدى أكد فيه على الدور المحوري للبرلمانات في تحقيق أجندة التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030 من خلال سن التشريعات ومراقبة تنفيذ الالتزامات الحكومية مع ضرورة إشراكها كشريك أساسي في الحوكمة العالمية. ويستند البيان إلى إعلان طشقند المعتمد في الجمعية العامة 150 الذي يدعو إلى إعادة توجيه السياسات نحو الاستثمار في الإنسان وتحقيق العدالة الاقتصادية خاصة للفئات المهمشة مثل النساء والشباب وتعزيز المؤسسات. كما اختتمت القمة بصدور إعلان الدوحة السياسي الصادر عن القمة العالمية الثانية للتنمية الاجتماعية، والذي ندعو فيه البرلمانات إلى اعتباره أحد الوثائق المرجعية عند إعداد السياسات والمذكرات المتعلقة بالتنمية الاجتماعية والأخذ بعين الاعتبار عند مناقشة قضايا التنمية المستدامة. أتمنى للجميع التوفيق، وأيضاً هنا أشكر سعادة السيد الأمين العام على جهوده الكبيرة التي بذلها خلال فترة حمله، وأتمنى للسيدة أندا فيليب كل التوفيق في عملها القادم، وشكراً.
Thank you so much, Ms. Al-Slaiti, for that report, and we would like to also thank the Shura Council of Qatar for contributing to the organization of this meeting. Colleagues, now we will listen to the report of the on the IPU parliamentary meeting at COP30 that was held on 14th November 2025 in Belém, Brazil. It will be presented by Mr. Claudio Cajado, a member of parliament from Brazil. Mr. Cajado, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President Tulia. Enfrentar a crise climática continua sendo uma prioridade máxima da União Interparlamentar. Para acelerar a ação parlamentar sobre as mudanças climáticas, a UIP e o Parlamento do Brasil coorganizaram a reunião parlamentar da 30ª sessão da Conferência das Partes da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre Mudança do Clima, COP30, em 14 de novembro de 2025, em Belém do Pará, no Brasil. Realizada paralelamente às negociações da COP, a reunião parlamentar reuniu quase 150 participantes de cerca de 30 países que reconheceram a urgência de enfrentar a crise climática, especialmente porque 2025 foi o ano mais quente já registrado. A reunião reafirmou o papel fundamental que os parlamentos desempenham na estruturação, implementação e supervisão da ação climática em níveis nacional e global, inclusive em conformidade com o Acordo de Paris. Também reafirmou o papel essencial da UIP na promoção do engajamento parlamentar sustentado no processo da COP, tanto por meio desta reunião parlamentar anual, que é o principal encontro global dos parlamentos na Conferência do Clima, quanto por meio do engajamento durante todo o ano sobre mudanças climáticas, incluindo nos processos preparatórios e de acompanhamento que conduzem às COPs. Durante as discussões parlamentares, enfatizaram que as mudanças climáticas representam uma ameaça existencial à humanidade, com eventos climáticos extremos crescentes, impactando a segurança alimentar, hídrica, energética e a saúde pública e a estabilidade da economia. A reunião também deu forte ênfase ao financiamento climático e chamou a atenção para a significativa lacuna de financiamento para países em desenvolvimento. Parlamentares pediram apoio financeiro ampliado, transferência de tecnologia e fortalecimento de capacidades, especialmente para os países mais vulneráveis, incluindo os países e estados insulares em desenvolvimento. A reunião parlamentar foi concluída com a adoção de um documento final que destaca a importância de superar a lacuna do financiamento da adaptação e a urgência de acelerar a transição para as energias renováveis. Também pede a redução das emissões, incluindo o metano, e o apoio a uma transição justa e equitativa para longe dos combustíveis fósseis. As discussões na reunião parlamentar estiveram intimamente alinhadas com os principais resultados da COP30. Essas incluíram a adoção de indicadores para o Objetivo Global de Adaptação, o compromisso com o financiamento triplo da adaptação e o acordo para buscar maior ambição em contribuições determinadas nacionalmente. Na reunião parlamentar, a importância da ação climática inclusiva foi continuamente enfatizada, incluindo o reconhecimento dos impactos climáticos desproporcionais sobre mulheres, jovens, povos indígenas e outros grupos vulneráveis. O documento ainda convoca os parlamentos a fortalecer a legislação, melhorar a supervisão dos compromissos nacionais sobre o clima, aumentar a transparência no orçamento relacionado ao clima e envolver os cidadãos nos processos de tomada das decisões climáticas. A reunião parlamentar da COP30 reafirmou o papel central dos parlamentos no enfrentamento das mudanças climáticas. Os parlamentos membros da UIP são fortemente incentivados a implementar o roteiro abrangente delineado no documento final, inclusive na preparação para a próxima reunião parlamentar da COP, ainda este ano, que ocorrerá na Turquia, aqui mesmo. O Parlamento do Brasil espera colaborar com o Parlamento turco para continuar promovendo um diálogo parlamentar crítico sobre as mudanças climáticas. Por fim, quero agradecer o Parlamento e o governo da Turquia pela gentileza e hospitalidade de nos receber nessa 152ª Assembleia Geral da OIP. Aos colegas eleitos para o Comitê de Direitos Humanos de Parlamentares, nosso querido deputado do México, Rendon, e o senador do Uruguai, Gagiani. Por fim, um reconhecimento ao trabalho do querido Martin, pelos seus anos de trabalho como secretário-geral, e a nossa queridíssima presidente Túlia, pela excelência da sua presidência. Muito obrigado a todos, colegas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Callado, for the insights you have given us and for that concise report. And also, we would like to thank the Parliament of Brazil for its support for this event. The next report, dear colleagues, relates to the global meeting on the role of Parliament in shaping the future of responsible artificial intelligence, which took place from 28th to 30th November 2025 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It will be presented by Ms. Margareta Cederfelt from Sweden. Ms. Cederfelt, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to present the result of the first International Parliamentarian Conference on AI and its main outcome, the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Parliaments and Responsible AI. The conference and declaration are a direct continuation of the IPU's 2024 resolution that sets out how parliaments can and must govern AI in the interest of humanity. In November last year, more than 200 parliamentarians from 65 countries gathered in Kuala Lumpur. The declaration reflects the parliamentary consensus on artificial intelligence that emerged from the discussions. It affirms a clear principle that decisions about AI are political choices, and in a democracy, it is parliaments that are mandated to make these decisions. And it was particularly highlighted the ethical perspective. the ethical perspective that also the working group on science and technology have discussed here, but also the human rights perspective that have been discussed here in the Human Rights Committee. And it's not about stopping the technological development. It's not to stop the scientific part of the development. It's to make it secure to use the AI, to have the people's perspective in the laws on AI. The declarations set out 13 recommendations for parliaments covering how to organize the work on AI, how to legislate and oversee governmental approaches to AI, and how to increase inter-parliamentary cooperation. No single parliament will act on all of the 13 recommendations at once, but every parliament can identify where to start. The declaration established a follow-up mechanism and calls on parliaments to provide a progress update by the 1st June this year. The IPU will help complete this in a status report to be published in August. Very exciting. I do look forward to the report in August. And I really hope that all of you will respond to this question, which will be the first comprehensive global picture of where parliaments stand on AI governance and policies. The work forms part of IPU's ongoing activities to support parliamentary activity on AI. Colleagues, there is no time to waste. AI is a rapidly emerging issue that each of us MPs needs to pay close attention to for its potential, impact, and every policy area. I commend the declaration to the Council and encourage all delegates to use the declaration as a guiding document for greater action in your own national parliament. Finally, Madam President, I would like to thank the organizers. First of all, from IPU, I would like to thank Andy Richardson for his work. I'd also like to thank the host, the Parliament of Malaysia, as well as, of course, IPU as an organization, the UNDP, the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Association, CPA. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam, as well as the Parliament of Malaysia for its support of the event. Colleagues, now we will turn to the video on the 2026 IPU hearing at the United Nations, which was held from 12th to 13th February 2026 in New York, United States.
What is required is engagement, your engagement. As parliamentarians, you control your governments and you sit closest to your own societies. You bridge the international and domestic transatlantic global agreements into practical national policies. And that is why the Pact for the Future in Action 55 explicitly called for more robust and structured engagement between parliaments and international and regional institutions. During a time when core principles of the Charter are openly violated, it makes a difference of how many countries take a principled stance. And upholding the Charter also means recognizing the interlinkage between all its three pillars of work: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights.
This year's hearing, dear colleagues, dear friends, Parliament at the United Nations, better together, delivering for the people, is very timely. Amidst major global turmoil, we will reflect on the purpose of the United Nations as the leading multilateral institution and its path forward. A world without the United Nations is unimaginable. Let's not give in to the voices of doom. Colleagues and friends, the United Nations is here to help all of our countries for the good of humanity. We can build on this together. Indeed, we can be better together.
You have been the people's representatives, and I believe you have said it as it is. You have been very candid about your assessment of the current situation in the world and how this can be fixed. The bigger question we need to pay attention to is how can the United Nations deliver better by doing things differently? UN80 initiative goes very much in that direction and deserves our unconditional support. The Pact for the Future provides a clear roadmap to help the United Nations and the international community manage long-standing issues as well as emerging ones. We need to overcome divisions on critical policies to fight poverty, inequality, and fragility, which are the root causes of citizens' mistrust of institutions.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We will now receive the oral report of the Regional Seminar for Parliaments of the Western Balkans, which took place from 23rd to 24th February 2026 in Podgorica, Montenegro. It will be presented by Mr. Gordan Stojevic, Member of Parliament of Montenegro. Mr. Stojevic, you have the floor.
Thank you. Recognizing the growing urgency of climate change, the Parliament of Montenegro was pleased to organize with the IPU a regional seminar for parliamentarians of the Western Balkans on the climate change on 23 and 24 February 2026 in Podgorica, Montenegro. This two-day event brought together parliamentarians from across the region alongside representatives of European Parliament, governments, academia, and international organizations. It served as both a platform for dialogue and a call for action to address the crisis that is already having profound and tangible impacts around the Western Balkans. Participants also had the opportunity to conduct a field visit to Lake Skadar, the largest lake in the Balkan Peninsula, to learn firsthand about efforts being undertaken to protect the region's biodiversity. Scientific evidence presented during the seminar confirmed that the region is among the fastest warming in the world. Rising temperatures, reduced rainfall, and more frequent extreme events are realities that are already affecting livelihoods, public health, and economic productivity. At the same time, discussions made clear that the green transition is not only a necessity, but a strategic opportunity. Participants highlighted its potential to drive sustainable growth, create jobs, and strengthen energy independence, particularly to greater investments in renewable energy. In this regard, aligning national policies and European Union climate framework was widely recognized as both necessary and beneficial for achieving long-term sustainable development. The seminar also addressed the political realities confronting parliamentarians and their ability to communicate climate issues with their constituents. Public skepticism, misinformation, and concern about economic costs of climate policies contribute to act as barriers to more decisive climate action. It was emphasized that effective climate leadership requires stronger political communication that is clear, grounded in scientific evidence, and directly connected to citizens' everyday priorities, including jobs, health, and economic security. A stronghold call was made for enhanced regional cooperation. Recognizing that climate change doesn't stop at national borders, participants emphasized the importance of strengthening regional inter-parliamentary collaboration, particularly through the IPU, and supporting the accession process to the European Union. Continued engagement through regional seminars was seen as an important avenue for enhancing peer learning and sharing of both practices. The seminar reaffirmed that climate change is not only an environmental issue, but a social and economic issue, and that addressing it will require sustainable political commitment, strong partnership with the government and specific community, and coordinated regional action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stojevic, and we also would like to thank the Parliament of Montenegro for its support to this meeting. Colleagues, we will now watch the video regarding the report of the annual IPU UN Women Parliamentary Meeting at the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW, which was held on 11th March in 2026 in New York. Technical team, please.
Legal reform is essential, but it must be matched by institutional capacity, political will, and sustained efforts to transform norms. The advances we celebrate this year must strengthen our resolve to move faster, act more boldly, and ensure that gender parity in political life becomes the norm, not the exception.
In this regard, it is also important to be aware of the needs of women in all the diversity, including women with disabilities, indigenous women, measures to support women's full and equal participation in decision-making must also take an intersectional approach.
Alors face à cette situation insoutenable, l'indignation ne suffit pas. Dès lors, notre responsabilité de parlementaire est claire, légiférer, contrôler, agir.
العمل على سن تشريعات قانونية، على سن تشريعات يعني قضائية. كذلك يجب العمل على توفير الموارد البشرية، توفير كذلك الموارد المالية عفوا. كذلك يجب أن يكون هناك دعم ومساندة للنساء المرشحات.
Parity must mean real power, not just seats. Women must lead committees, women must lead parliamentary groups, political groups, women must shape agendas, and they must shape budgets.
We should be inviting more men, even in our parliaments, because they are the majority, to come to conferences like this deliberately to pass a message. With the time, they will appreciate this, if not allowing me as Catherine to go back to Parliament, but seeing a Catherine in their daughters.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, another report will be about the Yaoundé session of the Parliamentary Conference on the WTO, which was organized on the occasion of the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference. The Parliamentary Conference took place on 25th March 2026 in Yaoundé, Cameroon, with the participation of the Director General of the WTO herself, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The video will be shown by the technical team.
Our sincerest gratitude to our brothers in Cameroon and sisters in Cameroon, the parliaments of Cameroon, for the warm welcome we have enjoyed here in Yaoundé.
And in this situation where we are, I guess it is necessary to have a joint effort from parliamentarians all over the world in the direction of stabilizing the WTO.
C'est un grand honneur pour notre pays d'accueillir cette conférence ministérielle à un moment crucial, j'allais dire à la croisée des chemins du multilatéralisme commercial.
So, with that principle of consensus, it means that at all moments, let both parties sit down and agree on the terms that is beneficial to both of them.
Cette conférence n'aurait pas pu avoir lieu sans le concours précieux de l'OMC elle-même, dont je salue la sagesse et le courage de ma sœur, la directrice générale de l'OMC, Madame Okonjo-Iweala.
Now we have a geopolitical situation that not everything is working well, and I guess parliamentarians have also to take care about trade policy because it is really crucial for the economic development of each country, specifically for the Global South, and therefore I guess our government to be more constructive in the WTO.
Pur produit de la haute administration de l'Assemblée nationale du Cameroun, Monsieur Chungom, qui a rejoint l'UIP en 1993, en a gravi tous les échelons avant d'en être élu secrétaire général en 2014. Devenu ainsi le premier Africain et même le premier non-européen à occuper cette haute fonction depuis la création de cette institution il y a plus de 125 ans.
Nous avons attiré l'attention des parlementaires sur des questions qui sont très difficiles auxquelles l'OMC doit s'occuper. Donc je pense que ce qui est important, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, au sortir de cette conférence, il y aura un document final qui expose les attentes des parlementaires à l'endroit de la conférence qui se tient à Yaoundé, la 14e conférence ministérielle de l'OMC.
Je déclare clos les travaux de la conférence parlementaire sur l'OMC, session de 2026 à Yaoundé. Vive le Parlement camerounais, vive la conférence parlementaire sur l'OMC, vive la coopération internationale et que vive le commerce mondial. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, that brings us to the end, but before I do that, I would like to thank the Parliament of Cameroon for its support to this global meeting. Now, before we go to the last item of our agenda, our Governing Council agenda, I have been informed that under item 11 of the agenda, the group of facilitators on Cyprus hadn't presented their report then, so I'm going to give 2 minutes to Mr. Wetley, who is the chair of this committee. I don't know if he's in the room. Okay, yes, please, you have 2 minutes to present the brief report. Thank you.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Comme à mon habitude, je vais profiter de faire en sorte qu'il y ait un peu de français dans ces rapports, mais grâce à la dernière vidéo au Cameroun, on a vu qu'il y avait également du français avec l'Union interparlementaire. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, le rapport de la réunion du groupe de facilitateurs du groupe de Chypre. Ce groupe de facilitateurs concernant Chypre n'a pas tenu de session durant l'Assemblée en raison des élections à venir à Chypre, ainsi que des engagements du pays liés à la présidence en cours du Conseil de l'Union européenne, qui ont empêché la délégation au complet de participer à l'Assemblée. Les 3 facilitateurs, ceux de l'Arménie, du Portugal et votre serviteur de Suisse, se sont néanmoins réunis afin de poursuivre leurs réflexions sur les priorités à présenter aux représentants des partis politiques des 2 côtés de l'île. Les facilitateurs sont convenus de s'efforcer d'organiser une réunion avec l'envoyé personnel du secrétaire général pour Chypre, donc du secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour Chypre, afin d'examiner comment le groupe de facilitateurs concernant Chypre peut contribuer à faire avancer les travaux de la mission de bons offices du secrétaire général de l'ONU à Chypre grâce à la diplomatie parlementaire, un de nos objectifs stratégiques. Les facilitateurs ont également examiné les moyens les plus efficaces d'assurer la continuité des travaux du groupe entre les assemblées. Il a également été demandé au groupe de facilitateurs de faire un exposé devant le comité exécutif de l'UIP dans le cadre du nouveau point de l'ordre du jour consacré aux initiatives de diplomatie parlementaire de l'Union interparlementaire. Votre serviteur a présenté cet exposé au nom du groupe. Les facilitateurs ont pris note de cette initiative importante et ont remercié les membres du comité exécutif pour leur engagement en faveur des travaux importants du groupe, au même titre que les membres du comité exécutif ont remercié les facilitateurs pour leur engagement. À mon tour, je tiens à remercier mes 2 collègues pour le travail qu'ils ont fait, Monsieur le secrétaire général et toute l'équipe du secrétariat général qui nous appuie dans ce travail pas simple pour une situation complexe et compliquée. Je vous rappelle que Chypre est toujours séparée depuis 1974, soit depuis 52 ans, et que nous aimerions beaucoup que cette réalité se change au profit d'une paix et d'une vie en commun sur cette île. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, de votre attention.
Merci. Dear colleagues, we are now on item 14 of the agenda, which is any other business. And usually this is the time when we would give an opportunity to any delegation that would like to address us. And I have tried to look around. I haven't seen any. Do I? So I'm going to give Afghanistan a chance to address us. They will have 2 minutes. We have Ms. Barek Zai, who is going to use 2 minutes to address us. Please, you have the floor.
به نام خداوند بخشنده مهربان، رئیس محترم جلسه، اعضای محترم پارلمان‌های جهان و حاضرین گرامی، السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته. خوشحالم که امروز به عنوان یکی از حاضران در جلسه بین المللی در مورد توسعه، امید، تأمین و صلح و عدالت برای نسل‌های آینده صحبت می‌کنم که نیاز اساسی مردم افغانستان را در وضعیت کنونی منعکس می‌کند. افغانستان نزدیک به 5 سال است که در وضعیت خاص و پیچیده‌ای به سر می‌برد. مردم ما هنوز با چالش‌های گسترده اقتصادی، اجتماعی و بشری مواجه هستند. کاهش فرصت‌های شغلی، دسترسی محدودیت به خدمات اساسی، مشکل دسترسی به آموزش و تحصیل دختران و افزایش آسیب‌پذیری بخش‌های مختلف جامعه از واقعیت‌هایی هستند که نیاز به توجه جدی دارند. و در اخیر از کشورهایی که در سیاست افغانستان دخیل هستم سوال میکنم. در عصر کنونی که عصر تکنولوژی هست و دختران، همسران و خواهران شما وقتی مراکز تحصیلی را به پایان میرسانند و شما جشن فراغت برای اونها میگیرین، آیا از خود سوال کردین که در گوشه ای از این کره خاکی به نام افغانستان بیش از 4 سال قلم از دست دختران افغانستان گرفته شده است؟ در این چند روز که من در این کنفرانس اشتراک کردم، بیشتر صحبت در مورد زنان، حقوق بشر و عدالت و صلح صحبت میشد، اما متاسفانه در مورد افغانستان صحبتی نشد. ما و شما همه میدانیم که نیم پیکر هر جامعه را زنان تشکیل میدهند و زنان همون مادرانی هستند که فرزندان را بزرگ میکنند و نسل‌های آینده را پرورش میدن. وقتی زن سرزمین من، دختر سرزمین من قلم به دست نداشته باشد و مکاتب و دانشگاه‌ها بر رویش بسته باشد، پس وضعیت آینده افغانستان چگونه خواهد بود؟ مطمئن باشیم به قهقرای تاریخ خواهد رسید و من به عنوان دو دوره که نماینده مردم و زنان کشورم بودم از تمام پارلمان‌های جهان که در این جلسه اشتراک کردن خواهش میکنم در مورد زنان افغانستان کمی بیاندیشیم و کشورهایی که افغانستان را به رسمیت شناختن، دولت کنونی افغانستان را از اونها بخواهیم که مکاتب دانشگاه‌ها را به روی زنان افغانستان باز کنند. و در اخیر میخواهم اعتراضی بکنم از نماینده پاکستان که افغانستان را تروریست نامید، در حالی که رهبر القاعده در پاکستان کشته شد و اکثر تروریستای جهان در پاکستان به سر میبرند و در این 6 ماه اخیر با حمله‌های هوایی نه تنها مردم ما بلکه شفاخانه تداوی معتادین را مورد حمله قرار داد که 500 نفر غیر نظامی را به شهادت رسانید. تشکر از رئیس صاحب که به من وقت دادم و میخواهم لحظه‌ای به زنان افغانستان فکر کنیم. تشکر.
So much, colleagues. Since I have not
Yes, Madam President.
Which
here I am,
country is that?
Suriname. Suriname here, may I?
Suriname, yes.
Madam President, the next session will be held in Tanzania. I suggest, and I hope it's possible, that we also have in the program to visit and to have a dialogue with some relevant institution there in Tanzania. Thank you, Madam President.
Sorry, dialogue with which sort of institution?
Sorry?
You said you hope when you visit Tanzania for the assembly.
So, some relevant institution like the parliament on the national or regional level or other relevant institution, so that we can have some deliberation with the people, with the representatives of Tanzania. Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, okay. I have understood you. Now, colleagues, we are going to have a chance when we are in the assembly to listen to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Tanzania, who has been sent here by the Speaker to talk about that. But specifically from what you have requested, we are going to take into account whatever views that you have, colleagues. Just reach out to us. If you have specific requests, we shall also deal with that. But generally, the Deputy Speaker will have a chance to address us here. And because you will be there, if there is any institution that you feel like you would want to reach out, please let us know. We will make arrangements. As for the members of parliament, you will have plenty of them in Arusha. In fact, the entire parliament of the entire parliament of Tanzania will be in Arusha. So whichever member of parliament you would like to reach to, they will be there waiting for you. Dear colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity now to close the 217th session of our Governing Council, which marks an important moment in the history of our institution. We have adopted a new strategy, and we have also elected the first female Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. And let me put a small point there. We have elected not just a female Secretary General, we have elected a capable female Secretary General of our organization. I would like that said to once again thank you for your attention and contributions to the successful deliberations and discussions that we had during the 2 sessions of the Governing Council. I look forward, as our colleague from Suriname has said, I look forward to seeing you, members of the Governing Council, at the 218th session, which will be held in Arusha in Tanzania. And I believe you have had a chance to go at the booth to just have more information and have a feeling of what you're going to find in Tanzania. That said, colleagues, the 217th session of the Governing Council is now officially closed. That said, we will resume in the same room for the Assembly now to finish the agenda of the Assembly after 5 minutes break, and the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly, who we had elected as President of this Assembly, will also be joining us. So colleagues, in 5 minutes, please be on time so that we finish our agenda on time. I thank you so much. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear colleagues. I am pleased to note that over the past 4 days of our assembly, we have had very fruitful, productive, and robust deliberations on the series of highly relevant issues. I would propose that we proceed within the consideration of the item 3 of our agenda, namely the general debate on nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for the future generations. We have had substantive deliberations over the past 4 days. Our debate was enriched by the some 165 interventions from 115 national parliaments and 19 partner organizations. May I kindly invite Mr. Filimone Jikoto from the Fuji and Mr. Berta Girifuka from Namibia to introduce the Istanbul Declaration.
Honourable
the floor are yours.
Noman Kurtulmaz, the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, President of the 152nd IPU Assembly, Madam President of the IPU, the Secretary General of the IPU, dear colleagues. My colleague from Namibia and I, we share the honor and the privilege tonight, this evening, of presenting the outcome document, Istanbul Declaration, with you. It is, in fact, a synopsis of the declaration that the Secretariat of the IPU has provided for us. So here we go. We come together at the 152nd IPU Assembly in Istanbul to reaffirm our shared commitment to ensure that all people can live in peace and dignity in line with the United Nations Charter. We recognize that parliaments operate in an increasingly complex and uncertain global environment marked by rising conflicts, geopolitical tensions, violations of international law, weakening democratic institutions, and threats such as terrorism and extremism. Progress towards inclusive societies is facing pushback, including against women's rights. Rapid technological advances, including artificial intelligence, are fundamentally transforming societies. Social and political polarization contributes to growing distrust in democratic institutions. Inequalities, poverty, food insecurity, forced displacement, and the digital divide are contributing to uncertainty. Climate change, environmental degradation, and biodiversity loss exacerbate instability and disproportionately affect our youth, vulnerable populations, and future generations. These challenges are fueling anxiety, especially among young people, whose underrepresentation in decision-making contributes to growing disenchantment. We stress the importance of meaningful youth participation.
Thank you very much, Berta Ngifikwa from Namibia, the land of the brave. We are alarmed by the decline in dialogue and diplomacy and widespread impunity that erodes accountability and fuels instability. We note the investment of significant resources in military capacities, and declining budget allocation for sustainable development. We reaffirm the diplomatic governance, human rights, the rule of law, the multilateral cooperation anchored in international laws and Universal Declaration of Human Rights are essential for peace, justice, and stability across generations. We recognize the importance of societal diversity and also ensuring the rights and inclusion of persons living with disabilities and people in vulnerable situations. As representatives of the people, we acknowledge that decisions we take impact the conditions that future generations will inherit. We play an influential role in addressing challenges and shaping discourse and values. We commit to responding to these mounting global challenges by
strengthening democratic, inclusive, and representative governance across generations, enhancing transparency, accountability, and responsiveness in our national institutions to build public trust. We will promote inclusive decision-making that reflects the diversity of society and strengthen youth representation in political institutions. We will advance gender parity in parliaments by addressing challenges to women's political engagement, including structural barriers and gender-based violence.
We will additionally respond by advancing long-term and intergenerational governance, by strengthening parliamentary monitoring, evaluation frameworks and data collection, and reinforcing evidence-based policy making, strategic foresight, and inclusive dialogue. We will support institutional mechanisms, including committees for the future, to embed long-term perspectives beyond electoral cycles.
Addressing structural drivers of instability by tackling root causes of poverty, inequality, exclusion, polarization, and radicalization. We will promote preventative, people-centered approaches to security and advance sustainable development, food security, and climate resilience.
Moreover, we will promote responsible governance of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, by strengthening parliamentary oversight and governance framework to mitigate risks associated with their misuse. We will ensure that technological innovations is guided by ethical, transparent, and accountability frameworks with meaningful human control. We will also promote international cooperation to advance shared principles and develop global standards.
Strengthening parliamentary diplomacy and international cooperation as a means of building trust and promoting understanding and joint actions between states. We will bolster inter-parliamentary action for conflict prevention and the peaceful resolution of disputes, as well as mediation. We will ensure the effective implementation of international commitments while supporting efforts to shape the post-2030 development agenda.
Therefore, we parliamentarians pledge to do our utmost to nurture hope, secure peace, and uphold justice for all. And we encourage the IPU to further integrate strategic foresight into its work to support parliaments. We express our gratitude to the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye for hosting this assembly and pledge to share this declaration with our parliaments and national authorities, and to translate its commitment into concrete actions for the well-being of the future generations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I take, if that the Assembly wishes to endorse this declaration? It is so decided. Let us now proceed to the item 5 of our agenda. We have now the resolution prepared by the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security. The role of parliaments in establishing robust post-conflict management mechanism and restoring a just and lasting peace. Further to the work of the Standing Committee, the revised draft resolution has been circulated as Assembly Document A-152-5/DR. I now invite the President of the Standing Committee, Ms. Fatima Zehra Beldrich of the Netherlands, to introduce this resolution. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, it is my duty to report to you on the deliberations of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, which was tasked with examining item 5 on the agenda of the 152nd Assembly and preparing the corresponding draft resolution. To begin with, allow me to emphasize that the team of co-rapporteurs approached this process with a clear and shared objective. Their intention was to develop a practical, 5-dimensional, and inclusive tool capable of assisting any parliament in the world in navigating post-conflict situations and working for common good of its people. The committee held a debate on the draft resolution during which 34 speakers took the floor. The discussions were rich and substantive, but also intense and marked by strong and deeply held views. They reflected both the importance of the subject and realities faced by parliaments in conflict and post-conflict context. Following this debate, the committee proceeded to examine the 159 amendments submitted within the deadline. These requirements sustained engagement. Negotiations were occasionally complex and sometimes emotional and adversarial. Nevertheless, a genuine willingness to engage in dialogue persisted, enabling the committee to move forward. Several amendments tabled by delegations made valuable contributions. They enriched the text by strengthening its inclusive nature, broadening its thematic scope, and anchoring it more firmly in the diverse realities faced by different regions. They also helped to ensure that resolution reflects a wide range of perspectives and experiences. At the same time, it is important to recall, in a world where more than 120 conflicts are ongoing, no single situation can fully reflect the extent of human suffering and the complexity of post-conflict challenges. From this broader perspective, it is hoped that the resolution will provide all parliaments involved in conflict management with guidance on how to handle the consequences of conflicts. Fundamentally, the resolution provides a framework for parliamentary action on post-conflict recovery. It reaffirms the role of parliaments in transposing peace agreements into law, ensuring oversight and accountability, and mobilizing resources for reconstruction. It promotes a holistic approach based on resilient institutions, economic recovery, social reconciliation, inclusive political participation, and sustained international support. It also recognizes that environmental degradation is both a trigger and a consequence of conflict, and the recovery must address ecological damage alongside institutional and social reconstruction. Finally, it identifies that justice, human security, and the inclusion of women, youth, and affected communities remain essential to achieving lasting peace. Following these deliberations, the committee proceeded to a vote and adopted the draft resolution, which reflects the diversity of views expressed. The delegations of Iran and the Russian Federation opposed the resolution, and the delegation of China entered a reservation on the resolution as a whole following its adoption. This process demonstrates once again that parliamentary diplomacy, even when faced with difficult and sensitive issues, provides a space where dialogue can take place and where progress remains possible. In this regard, the IPU remains a unique forum, enabling its members to engage in dialogue beyond their differences. Thank you for your attention.
Can I take it that the Assembly is ready to adopt this resolution? It is so decided. Let us now proceed to item 6 of our agenda, the adoption of the resolution prepared by the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. Building a fair and sustainable global economy, the role of the parliaments in the combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance. You have before you the revised draft resolution as prepared by the Standing Committee and circulated as Assembly Document A/152-6DR. Now, may I invite the Bureau member of the Standing Committee, Ms. Anjan Shakya of Nepal. Please, the floor is yours to introduce the draft resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam President. Namaste from Nepal. Good afternoon. I have been mandated to report on the outcome of the deliberations of the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. The committee was assigned the responsibility of discussing and drafting a resolution on building a fair and sustainable global economy, the role of parliaments in combating protectionism, reducing tariffs, and preventing corporate tax avoidance. The co-rapporteurs were Ms. Deborah O'Neill, Australia, Mr. Rozo Edward, Chile, and Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, Zambia. They prepared a draft resolution and an accompanying explanatory note. I take this opportunity to reiterate my thanks to the co-rapporteurs for their great work, dedication, and commitment. Drafting of the resolution was conducted in plenary. In total, the committee received 140 amendments submitted by 22 member parliaments, as well as contributors from the forums of women and young MPs. Thanks to the active engagement, dedication, and collaborative efforts of the co-rapporteurs and all committee members, the drafting process was brought to a successful conclusion in a constructive and forward-looking spirit. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all involved for their valuable contributions, professionalism, and a strong sense of teamwork. Yesterday afternoon, the committee examined the consolidated draft resolution and adopted the text by acclamation. The resolution underscores the vital role of international trade and as a driver of economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction, while emphasizing the need for an open, rules-based multilateral trading system that respects national sovereignty. It highlights growing concerns over protectionism and the risks of trade conflicts, alongside the damaging impact of aggressive tax avoidance by multinational corporations, which undermines public revenues, governance, and development efforts. The text calls for stronger international cooperation, transparency, and fair taxation, while recognizing the legitimacy of lawful tax planning and encourages engagement in ongoing global tax reform efforts, including initiatives led by the United Nations and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It urges parliaments and governments to facilitate trade, reduce barriers, modernize institutions, and close legal loopholes that enable abusive tax practices while ensuring that trade and tax policies promote inclusive growth, gender equality, sustainable development, and equitable access to essential goods. The committee also approved a work plan for the next assembly. It includes a debate on the theme of the next resolution, a panel debate on the impact of artificial intelligence on jobs and the future of work, as well as a segment to prepare for the parliamentary meeting at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Türkiye, COP31. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Can I take it that the Assembly is ready to adopt this resolution? It is so decided. Now I suggest we proceed to item 7 of our agenda, reports of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights and the United Nations Affairs. I will start with the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights and invite the Vice President of the committee, Ms. Farida Elimi of Algeria, to present the report. Ms. Elimi, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أغتنم هذه الفرصة لتهنئة البلد المستضيف تركيا على إنجاح الدورة 152 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. السيدات والسادة كل باسمه ومقامه، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. عقدت اللجنة الدائمة للديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان مناقشتين تناولت كل منهما قضايا الأفراد ذوي الإعاقة والذكاء الاصطناعي، ويسرني أن أقدم إليكم بإيجاز أبرز الاستنتاجات التي تمخضت عنهما. فيما يتعلق بالأفراد ذوي الإعاقة، تمثل النشاط الرئيسي في نقاش تحضيري للقرار المرتقب للجنة، وقد استفادت المداولات من إسهامات خبيرة قدمها المقرر الخاص للأمم المتحدة والتحالف الدولي للإعاقة، فضلاً على 3 مقررين من تركيا وسويسرا وكينيا يتمتعون بدورهم بخبرة وتجربة عميقتين. وقد أدلى 30 وفد بمداخلات خلال نقاش حيوي، وكانت الرسالة الأساسية واضحة: ينبغي معاملة الأفراد ذوي الإعاقة بوصفهم ذوي حقوق لا مجرد متلقين للرعاية. وتملك البرلمانات القدرة الفريدة من نوعها لتجسيد هذا من خلال التشريعات والرقابة البرلمانية واعتماد الميزانيات. إن الاستثمار في الإدماج هو أمر عادل وذو جدوى اقتصادية، فعندما يقضى الأفراد ذوي الإعاقة من التعليم وسوق العمل والحياة العامة، يدفع المجتمع بأسره الثمن من حيث تراجع الإنتاجية وفقدان القدرة على الصمود. كما سيقوم المقررون الآن بالشروع في إعداد القرار على أن يستكمل في الجمعية المقبلة في شهر أكتوبر 2026، ونأمل أن تقضي هذه العملية إلى تجديد الجهود الرامية إلى تهيئة الظروف التي تمكن الأفراد ذوي الإعاقة من المشاركة الكاملة في جميع جوانب الحياة الاقتصادية والسياسية. كما عقدت اللجنة الدائمة مناقشة حول الذكاء الاصطناعي متابعة لقرار الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لعام 2024 بشأن هذا الموضوع، ويتطور الذكاء الاصطناعي بوتيرة متسارعة، مما يجعل من الصعب للغاية على مؤسساتنا مواكبة هذه الوتيرة، ولذا يتعين علينا رفع هذا التحدي. وقد ركزت المناقشة على العمل البرلماني لمواجهة الصور الخاصة حميمة دون موافقة، وهذا بواسطة الذكاء الاصطناعي، إذ تسهل هذه التكنولوجيات إلى حد كبير إنشاء ونشر صور ومقاطع فيديو ذات طابع جنسي تخلف أثاراً سلبياً لا سيما على حياة النساء والفتيات. وقد عرض برلمانيون من النمسا والمكسيك وغيرهما من البلدان كيفية تصديهم لهذا الشكل الجديد من العنف القائم على النوع الاجتماعي. وفي ختام المناقشة اعتمدت اللجنة الدائمة مذكرة تدعو جميع البرلمانات إلى ما يلي: أولاً، تنفيذ توصيات إعلان كوالالمبور بشأن الذكاء الاصطناعي المسؤول. ثانياً، المشاركة الفاعلة في الحوارات البرلمانية المشتركة حول الذكاء الاصطناعي. ثالثاً، الانخراط في المسارات الإقليمية والدولية ومتعددة الأطراف من أجل حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي لا سيما في إطار الأمم المتحدة. رابعاً، تعزيز قدرات أعضاء البرلمانات وموظفيها في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، وتعد المذكرات إجراء جديد منصوص عليه في القاعدة 6.6 من النظام الداخلي للجان الدائمة. وأحيل هذه المذكرة إلى الجمعية للإطلاع، وأشجع جميع البرلمانات على مواصلة العمل بنشاط في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يخدم مجتمعاتنا. وأغتنم هذه الفرصة لأهنئ السيدة أوندا فيليب على انتخابها كأمينة عامة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، ونتمنى لها التوفيق في مهامها الجديد. وكما أشكر الأمين العام السابق ماختا شونكونغ على كل ما بذله من جهد ونجاح للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. وشكرا على كرم الإصغاء.
Thank you. Can I take it that the Assembly takes note of this report and of the motion on advancing parliamentary action on artificial intelligence? It is so decided. Now I would like to pass on the Standing Committee on the United Nations Affairs. May I invite Mr. Fawzi Al-Nouri of Libya, Vice President of the Bureau of the Standing Committee, to present the report. Mr. Al-Nouri, you have the floor, please.
السلام عليكم. شكرا سيد الرئيس، شكرا سيد الرئيسة. السادة الزملاء الأعزاء، أنا فوزي نويري، نائب رئيس مجلس النواب الليبي ونائب رئيس اللجنة الدائمة لشؤون الأمم المتحدة. تشرفت برئاسة جلسات اللجنة خلال هذه الجمعية في غياب رئيسة اللجنة السيدة فالترينا أورتيغا التي لم تتمكن من الحضور إلى اسطنبول، بالإضافة إلى زيارة ميدانية مهمة جدا إلى مركز للاجئين تدعمه المفوضية السامية للأمم المتحدة لشؤون اللاجئين. عقدت اللجنة جلستين. الجلسة الأولى التي عقدت يوم الجمعة 17 تناولت مناقشة دور المنسق المقيم للأمم المتحدة وفريق الأمم المتحدة فيما يتعلق بالحكومة والبرلمان في تركيا. وقد استكملت هذه المناقشات سلسلة بدأناها منذ فترة طويلة لتسليط الضوء على الطرق التي يمكن للأمم المتحدة من خلالها العمل بشكل أوثق مع البرلمانات الدول التي لها وجود ميداني فيها. إن التعاون الوثيق بين فريق الأمم المتحدة وبرلمان الدولة المضيفة يعد شرطاً أساسياً لجعل الأمم المتحدة أكثر فاعلية على المستوى الوطني، حيث يكون التأثير الأهم. وفي حال وجود الأمم المتحدة هنا في تركيا، سلط فريق الأمم المتحدة الضوء على عدد من الممارسات الجيدة، ومن أبرزها العمل على تعزيز القدرات المؤسسية للبرلمان بما يتجاوز التدخلات الظرفية لدعم النواب من شكل فردي. ويدرك فريق الأمم المتحدة في تركيا بوضوح الدور الفريد للبرلمانيين بصفتهم ممثلين للشعب وقادة مجتمعيين، حيث يمكن لمشاركتهم النشطة أن تسهم بشكل كبير في تنفيذ الالتزامات العالمية على المستوى الوطني. أما الجلسة الثانية فقد عقدت يوم السبت 18 وخصصت لمناقشة مقترح لتعديل ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، تروج له ائتلافات جديدة من المجتمع المدني تحت عنوان المادة 109 من أجل تجديد ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وذلك على المستوى العالم. تم اطلاع اللجنة على هذه الدعوة لعقد مؤتمر لمراجعة ميثاق الأمم المتحدة على أمل إشراك البرلمانات للقيام بدور داعم في هذا الإطار. كما تمت مناقشة مسألة جعل الأمم المتحدة أكثر ملائمة للغرض في مواجهة التحديات الراهنة، وذلك من زاوية التخفيضات الأخيرة في ميزانية الأمم المتحدة، والتي تؤثر بشكل كبير على قدرة المنظمة في أداء مهامها. وفي هذا السياق تم عرض نتائج استطلاع مشترك بين الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي ومؤسسة داغ همرشود حول مدى معرفة البرلمانيين بميزانية الأمم المتحدة. وقد أظهرت مداخلات البرلمانيين دعما واسعا لعقد مؤتمر مراجعة الميثاق في عامي 2031 أو 2032 باعتباره أداة قانونية مشروعة لإصلاح الأمم المتحدة من جذورها. ويحتاج هذا المقترح إلى مزيد من الوعي بين البرلمانات التي ينبغي أن تكون مستعدة لمناقشات مع حكوماتها في هذه المرحلة المبكرة. ولهذا الغرض ستنظر الجلسة المقبلة للجنتنا في تنزانيا أكتوبر 2026 في مقترح لاعتماد هذا التوجه رسميا وتقديم إرشادات للبرلمانات بشأن الإجراءات العملية الواجب اتخاذها مستقبلا. وفيما يتعلق بمكتب هذه اللجنة فقد عبرنا جميعا خلال اجتماعنا على حزننا العميق لوفاة أحد أعضائنا من دولة ناميبيا، وتقدمنا بأحر التعازي لأسرته ولشعب ناميبيا. وقد تم انتخاب 3 أعضاء لعضوية مكتب اللجنة: السيدة كليمانس لوغا دين من بوركينا فاسو، السيدة مريم آل ضاين من البحرين، السيد كوملجين شمرشيد من طاجكستان. كما تم تأكيد السيد ساليناس من باراغواي لولاية ثانية. ولا تزال هناك شواغر لمجموعتي آسيا والمحيط الهادي وأورو آسيا. لقد كان شرف لي أن أترأس هذه الجلسات وأعبر عن تقديري لمستوى النقاشات التي جرت، وشكرا لكم على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you very much. And I take if that the Assembly takes note of this before this report. This is approved. It is so approved. We can now proceed to the item 8 of our agenda, approval of the subject items for the resolutions to be adopted at the 154th IPU Assembly by the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, and respectively by the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development and appointment of the rapporteurs. May I draw your attention to document A/152/8P1. As you will see, the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security is proposing as its subject item for the next one-year cycle the theme of strengthening maritime security and protecting critical infrastructure in times of conflict, the role of parliaments in safeguarding international navigation and global economic stability. Mr. Mervan Ubaid Mahiri from United Arab Emirates and Ms. Lesya Zaburana from Ukraine have been designated as co-rapporteurs on this subject item. Is the Assembly ready to adopt this decision? Yes, it is so decided. As you will see, the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development is proposing as its subject item from the next one-year cycle the theme of parliamentary leadership to protect mountain and ocean ecosystems and achieve the one-third conservation goal by 2030. Ms. Claudia Roth from Germany, Ms. Dixon Keir Dua from Ghana, and Ms. Anjan Shakya from Nepal have been designated as a co-reporters on the subject item. Is the Assembly ready to adopt this decision? It is so decided. Now I suggest we proceed to item 9 of our agenda, amendments to the IPU status and rules. At its 298th session in Doha, Qatar, in January 2026, the Executive Committee discussed opportunities to improve the emergency item process. The Executive Committee agreed on 3 recommendations, one of which was to formalize the 48 hours deadline for the submission of emergency item proposals, within a view of ensuring that all proposals are made public 2 days prior to the vote, and that member parliaments will have ample time to consult and merge similar proposals. A proposed amendment to the rules of the Assembly to that effect was submitted for consideration by the IPU member parliaments on 5th of February 2026 in view of the adoption today. In accordance with the relevant provisions of the statutes and rules, member parliaments were invited to submit any sub-amendments by the deadline of 14 March 2026. One member parliament took the opportunity to provide feedback and propose sub-amendments, namely this Russian Federation. During the Executive Committee's sitting on 14th April 2026, the proposed sub-amendments were accepted. The document tabled for your consideration today, A/152-9P1 review, therefore contains the final proposed amendment to the rules of the Assembly. The Assembly is invited to adopt this amendment. Can I take it that the Assembly approves these amendments to the rules of the Assembly? Okay, it is so decided. I would now propose we move to item 10 of our agenda. As you are very aware, on Friday we decided to add to our agenda an emergency item on the urgent need for concerned parliamentary efforts to preserve ceasefires and support peace building in the Middle East and other regions. Dear colleagues, yesterday morning we held a discussion in plenary on the theme of the emergency item, and a drafting committee met in the course of the afternoon to finalize the text with the representatives from all the geopolitical groups. May I invite the rapporteurs from the drafting committee, Ms. Marcela Cuara Castillo of Mexico, to introduce the draft resolution. Please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Gracias, Señor Presidente. Le comité de rédaction sur les points d'urgence s'est réuni le 18 avril dans l'après-midi. Les points d'urgence dont avaient été proposés par les délégations du Qatar, de l'Australie, la Türkiye, de la France, du Brésil, la Zambie, la Pologne, du Portugal, de l'Italie et de l'Irlande, avec le soutien du groupe arabe et du groupe de l'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes, et évidemment aussi du groupe africain. Le titre de la résolution présentée à l'Assemblée pour adoption, c'est le suivant. La nécessité urgente de mener les efforts parlementaires concertés pour préserver le cessez-le-feu et de soutenir la consolidation de la paix au Moyen-Orient et dans d'autres régions. Madame Michelle Rampel du Canada a assuré avec finesse la présidence du comité qui comprenait la délégation de l'Algérie, l'Australie,
du Canada, de la Fédération de la Russie, le Iran, et la Jordanie, Ukraine, et de Uruguay, et bien sûr mon pays, le Mexique. Le débat a été l'occasion d'un échange de points de vue entre les participants qui témoignaient de la préoccupation, absolument la préoccupation par les parlementaires du monde face à une escalade sans précédent de conflits armés au Moyen-Orient et dans les nombreuses régions. La résolution encourage le Parlement à intensifier la diplomatie parlementaire et de coordonner devant leur mobilisation. Elle affirme également que la garantie du respect du droit international humanitaire dans tous les conflits est une composante essentielle du rôle joué par les parlementaires dans le soutien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Chers collègues, je pense que nous avons ici une résolution brève et claire. Je recommande donc à cette Assemblée de l'adopter. Merci beaucoup à tous.
Thank you. Can I take it that the Assembly is ready to adopt this resolution? It is so decided. Before we move on, I would like to acknowledge the presence here today, Mr. Daniel Sillo, the distinguished Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Tanzania, which will be hosting the 153rd IPU General Assembly in Arusha in the October 2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I invite you to the podium to say a few words? So you're well prepared.
Thank you so much, Madam President of IPU, Mr. Secretary General of IPU, the President of 152nd Assembly, Right Honorable Speakers and Head of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to address this August Assembly on its final day. Allow me at the outset to thank our gracious host, the Parliament of Turkey, under the able leadership of Right Honorable Numan Kurmus, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, for the warm reception and the generous hospitality extended to us since we arrived in this great country and the beautiful city of Istanbul. We are also grateful for the excellent arrangements and the state-of-the-art facilities put at our disposal. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you most sincerely and your hardworking staff for making the 152nd Assembly a roaring staff. Indeed, we will leave this remarkable city and her generous people with fond memories of our staying here. Mr. President, dear colleagues, as you are aware, the 153rd IPU Assembly will be held in Arusha from 5th to 9th October 2026. I wish at this juncture to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to our beautiful northern tourist city of Arusha, famously known as Geneva of Africa. I am pleased to inform you that the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, under the visionary leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, in collaboration with the Parliament and other stakeholders, are keen to ensure that the success of 153rd IPU Assembly. I am absolutely confident that we will live up to the trust and confidence reposed in us to host this prestigious gathering. Dear colleagues, the United Republic of Tanzania has enjoyed and continues to enjoy uninterrupted peace and tranquility since its independence in 1961. We have over 120 ethnic tribes that live in harmony and common understanding, united by our common Swahili language. Indeed, for us, diversity and coexistence is a way of life. Besides, we have the greatest respect and regard for visitors. I therefore wish to assure all of you that we have committed ourselves to guaranteeing visa-free and visa on arrival to all delegates, spouses, accompanying officials and observers. Moreover, I wish to confirm to you that the city of Arusha is not only a peaceful place, but it is well connected and accessible by air and ground transport. I also wish to inform you that the venue for the 153rd IPU Assembly, thus Arusha International Conference Center, has all the facilities and the requirements needed for a successful international conference. I therefore request each one of you to make reservation well ahead of time to enable us work out the necessary logical arrangements. Dear colleagues, Mr. President, for those of you who managed to visit our pavilion in the course of this assembly, sample the rich, abundant tourist attractions and cultural heritage to which our country is endowed. I want to tell you that what you saw is just a trailer. You will truly appreciate first-hand, award-winning, world-class tourist attractions when you come to Arusha. From Arusha, one can travel seamlessly to any place within the United Republic of Tanzania. We therefore request you to arrive ahead of the 153rd IPU Assembly or spare a few days later after the Assembly so that you can visit our many tourist attractions, including Serengeti National Park, Ngorongoro Crater, Mount Kilimanjaro, and the Spice Islands of Zanzibar. Mr. President, to conclude, I wish to once again extend a warm welcome to all of you to Arusha for the 153rd IPU Assembly. With your permission, Mr. President, the General Assembly can now watch the video that you have prepared to show our readiness for the upcoming Assembly, as well as to showcase our tourist potential and cultural heritage. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speakers, Heads of Delegation, esteemed delegates to the 152nd IPU Assembly. It is with immense pleasure and great honor I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to the 153rd IPU Assembly that will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, famously known as the Geneva of Africa, from the 5th to the 9th October 2026. We are thrilled to host this prestigious gathering, which brings together delegates from 183 members of Parliament, a true testament to the rich diversity and unity of a global community. We welcome you to Tanzania, a land of incredible harmony, where more than 120 distinct ethnic groups and vernacular languages stand united under the spirit of uhuru na umoja, freedom and solidarity, bound together by the beautiful Swahili language. With a stable and peaceful political environment, Tanzania stands as one of the most promising destinations for international investment in Africa. Its strategic location as a gateway to East and Central Africa, abundant natural resources, and expanding infrastructure offer vast opportunities across sectors such as energy, agriculture, tourism, mining, and manufacturing. Arusha, our vibrant host city, is a haven of peace and dialogue, nestled at the foot of Mount Meru and surrounded by magnificent landscape. It is the gateway to the Ngorongoro Crater, the world's largest intervolcanic caldera, where the Maasai people coexist with wildlife, offering a unique culture experience. We are proud to share with you the wonders of Tanzania, from the sun-kissed shores of Zanzibar Island, where the scent of cloves and spices fills the air, to the world-renowned Serengeti, where the great migration of 1.5 million wild beasts happens every year, and the majestic snow-capped Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest peak in Africa and the highest freestanding mountain in the world. As you join us in Arusha, where the vibrant Maasai traditions showcase our rich cultural heritage, you will not only experience the warmth and hospitality of our people, but also walk in the footsteps of our ancestors, the Olduvai Gorge, the cradle of mankind. This is a truly special opportunity to connect, collaborate, and celebrate our shared humanity in the place where it all began. Distinguished delegates, we are proud to host the 153rd Assembly, when our Parliament is celebrating the 100th anniversary of its inauguration on the 10th October 1926. I wish to reiterate my call to each one of you not to miss the 153rd Assembly that resonates with the historic milestone. Karibu Tanzania, Karibu Arusha.
Ngoja anarudi Silo. Ngoja Silo bado hajamaliza.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and my dear colleagues. Now, after watching the video, can you kindly raise up our Tanzanian flag, so just a sign of support and welcoming all to Arusha in October 2026.
Jambo.
Thank you so much and welcome to Arusha. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to Tanzania. Thank you for your kind attention.
Wageni wakaribishwa Tanzania yetu, hakuna matata. Na Zanzibar yetu hakuna matata. Na Dr. Samia hakuna Tanzania oye!
Wageni wetu!
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We wish you good luck in preparation and organization of 153rd of General Assembly of IPU in Arusha, Tanzania. Now I would like to hand over the President of the IPU, who will lead a special segment before our conclusion remarks. Madam President, the chair is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, before we close our 152nd IPU Assembly, we would like to add something very special to us, to the agenda. A special segment is dedicated to pay tribute to the IPU's 8th Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chungong. Martin has been at the IPU for 34 years, of which 12 he served as the Secretary General. He was first elected as Secretary General in March 2014 and was re-elected twice. His final term comes to an end on 30th June 2026. Fittingly, the 137th anniversary of the foundation of the IPU, as well as the International Day of Parliamentarism. As this will be Martin's last assembly, we would like to take this opportunity to say goodbye. To begin with, we will have a small surprise, which he doesn't know. That's why it's a surprise, in the form of a tribute video. So that will be played first before some of you will represent us for their statements. The technical team, the video, please.
We had all the founding fathers in those days who created this vision of a world free of war through dialogue. And that is what has also driven my term as Secretary General. Always trying to use parliaments and parliamentarians as a bridge in promoting diplomacy in a way that creates trust, creates an enabling environment for peace.
So Martin, thank you very much for agreeing to do this interview as we come to the end of your 12 years at the head of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. And I managed to dig out your original manifesto from 2014.
When I wrote this manifesto, I had been working in the IPU for 20 years. And then this opportunity came up to have a new Secretary General for the organization. And I hope that we can have an opportunity for me to be more elaborate on what I did promise at the time
and what I believe I have achieved over time.
And what did you promise? We had 163 members, today 183, I think. What else has changed in those 12 years?
Universality was a big plank on my platform, but there are other things that I did promise, building a strong financial base for the organization, because as they say in French, l'argent c'est le nerf de la guerre. So I had to be innovative and find other ways of plugging the gap in funding for the organization. One thing that I also promised was to reach out more to partners, to broaden our partnerships.
This one, for example.
We have expanded our cooperation with UNFPA, with UNICEF, WHO,
the World Health Organization.
Today we have a standing forum within the World Health Assembly, part of the official agenda of the World Health Assembly, which is a forum of parliamentarians engaging with other stakeholders on the major health issues that are on the agenda of the World Health Assembly.
I have to show you this picture as well, which is a picture of you in the Security Council, the UN Security Council.
This picture takes me back to my days as a young student in Canada, visiting the United Nations for the first time and not being allowed to go into the Security Council chamber, but having a photograph taken of me in front of the Security Council.
As a tourist.
As a tourist. And then several years later, I find myself being invited by the President of the Security Council to speak on behalf of the global parliamentary community. This is recognition of the vital role that parliaments play at international levels in support of the work of the United Nations.
This is in Burkina Faso, I think. Why were you in Burkina Faso?
I went to Burkina Faso as part of our engagement with transitional authorities in a number of countries. I wanted to show the link between what we do best here in the IPU, promote democracy, human rights, rule of law, and real-life impact on the lives of the people.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how to encourage gender equality in youth empowerment in these countries, which have very youthful populations as well, I think?
We consider that democracy should take into account the representation of diverse segments of society, and Parliament should be that mirror of society. We have sought to promote women's political empowerment, among other rights that we promote for women. We have now built on our experience, I would say successful track record of promoting gender equality, to develop youth empowerment, which is now a strong movement within the IPU.
Parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue is still a critical part of what the IPU does.
We have, I believe, now defined our role when it comes to diplomacy. And I keep explaining to people that our version of diplomacy is not meant to replace the formal forms of diplomacy.
It's a complement.
It's a complement
to the UN.
To the UN, what the UN is doing at other peace initiatives. And we want to bring parliamentarians as representatives of the people to the table to have a good conversation, because at the end of the day, conflicts affect people, and these people are represented by parliaments and parliamentarians. Why are they not in the equation? Building peace is a long-term process. You start, you plant the seeds, and you consolidate the seeds over time, provided there's no outbreak of violence. You know, you can build on that and make sure, and we should not consider any conflict intractable. There's always hope in the horizon.
What advice would you give your successor?
I can tell you what I believe has helped me in delivering on the promises that I made as candidate for Secretary General. One is that this organization is member-driven, and you ignore the members at your risk and peril. You need to find a way of managing the apparent contradictions between the interests in the IPU. We do not have vetoes. Everybody is entitled to the same weight in decision making. And the other thing is I have tried to diversify the secretariat of the organization in order to reassure our membership. When I became Secretary General, this is a small secretariat. We had 17 nationalities represented within the secretariat. I am going to leave this organization with 35 nationalities representing all geopolitical groups in the IPU.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you. We could spend a whole night here talking about this because I think we have a good story to tell for the IPU.
And many more.
Many more.
Colleagues, that is all we could gather for the few minutes that we have, but we wish we had the whole day to show you the journey that this man before you has taken. That said, before I give a chance to some of you to pay tribute on your behalf, I think it's in order for me to speak before you. Colleagues, like I said, it's because we are limited with time, then I will try to limit my tribute to the Secretary General, Martin Chugong, who is going to be with us just for this assembly, and we plan to invite him to Tanzania so you can have a chance to see him again. And some of you who wouldn't have had a chance to chat with him because he's seated here, you will have a chance there. He will have more time because here, our under Philip will be seated this end. Colleagues, it is my honor right now to address my tribute on your behalf to Martin. Martin, you are a family. You are a leader. You are a mentor, all at once. Under your watch, the Inter-Parliamentary Union became more than an assembly of parliaments. You have made it a home. Here, we are not only colleagues, we are brothers and sisters. That sense of belonging is rare in a global diplomacy. It exists just because who you are. And we are all very grateful for creating that environment for all of us to feel welcome at these assemblies. Colleagues, for 12 years, Martin, your wisdom, courage, and charisma have carried us through storms. You guided us through a global pandemic. You held us steady as conflict fractured our world. You led with strategy, yes, but always with humanity. Your calm presence was the anchor when the seas were rough. You taught us a simple truth that became our creed. At the IPU, no country is too small. You defended that principle every day. For parliaments in transition, you never closed the door. You kept it open, offering a path back to constitutional order with patience and principle. When a parliament stumbled, your hand was the first to reach out. When a parliamentarian was in danger, you were on the next plane to speak for them. When nations were at war, you placed the good offices of IPU at the service of dialogue. You brought transparency to our work and humility to your office. And in the darkest moments, you brought your humor. That gift of laughter did not distract us from problems. It gave us the strength to solve them. And for me personally, you have been a mentor. You did not just point to the path, you walked it with me. Your time, your experience, and your belief in others lead the way for so many of us. And I believe under Philip, taking over from you is just a testament to that. Dear Martin, we thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your integrity. Thank you for making 183 parliaments feel like one family. We are better because of you. We stand together because of you. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I said Martin is a family man. We are joined here with his wife. He will have a chance to address us later, but allow me to give on your behalf a simple gift to Martin. As he is retiring in Tanzania, it would mean this person will have more time for themselves, but also for other people. So I am going to give him a board game. And this board game is symbolic because it is made from a tree we call mpingo. And mpingo, you can translate it to ebony tree. And we all know the features of an ebony tree. This is a hardwood tree. It withstands all the weather. And that said, I believe this traditional board game, when some of us will have a chance to visit him, we will find him of sound mind because he will be playing this game. Dear colleagues, in the interest of time, I'm also going to call the wife of Martin, Stella, Dr. Stella, to come join me here. I will also be presenting to her a gesture of what we call kanga at home. These are traditional wrappers because when Martin retires, when she's home, Martin will expect her to behave as a woman at home because he's retired. So she has to also prepare herself psychologically. She will have a husband at home waiting. That said, I'm now going to call my assistant to bring those two gifts, which, colleagues, I know all of us would have wished to do that, but I'm doing this on your behalf as your president. So please join me as Martin is coming to receive this. And Stella, I don't know where she is. If she could. Ah, you're here. Please come also. Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and help her how we wrap this so that she's also prepared for that. So, colleagues, after saying those few words, I am now going to sit so that I start asking some of you to come
and speak a good word about Martin.
Colleagues, we are going to have some of you representing us, and we will do this in the geopolitical groups. So we will have representatives from different geopolitical groups. We will begin with the representative of, or the president of the Africa Geopolitical Group, Mr. Bagbin, the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, followed by Maria Carmen Alva from GRULAC. Mr. Bagbin, you have the floor.
Asante sana, Tanzania, Tanzanite area, here we come. I deliver these closing remarks as the chair of the African Geopolitical Group, and I do so for and on their behalf. In view of time constraints, permit me to say all protocol observed. Over the last few days, we have reaffirmed that sustainability is not merely a goal, but a condition for survival. Our discussions have highlighted the path towards nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. And this demands urgent, integrated, and focused responses from us as parliamentarians. As we conclude the 152nd Assembly of the IPU, we in the African Geopolitical Group are more convinced than ever before that dialogue and multilateral cooperation remain the central and indispensable pillars for addressing the challenges of our time. It is also evident that parliamentary democracy, particularly diplomacy, has become a potent and imperative soft power tool for fostering dialogue, cooperation, and common action. Herein lies the strength, relevance, and unique position of the IPU as the global platform of parliamentary multilateralism and a platform for the exchange of experiences and best practices in legislative processes, public policy, and democratic innovation. A platform for addressing an inclusive global agenda for the benefit of our common good. From the perspective of the African Group, one of the key achievements of the IPU's 2022 to 2026 strategic period was the IPU's support for parliaments in democracies under threat or in transition. Its work with parliaments forced to operate within constraints of violence and conflict, and its facilitation of greater engagement and support from the parliamentary community. We remain grateful for the cooperation and solidarity. At this juncture, and on behalf of the African Group, I wish to extend our warmest congratulations to our newly elected Secretary General, Ms. Anda Philip, and to wish her every success in steering the affairs of this organization. Madam Secretary General-elect, we have no doubt that we have made the right choice in placing the IPU into your capable care. So you can count on the support of the African Group as we embark on the task of leading the IPU into a new era of parliamentary diplomacy in an uncertain world. Dear colleagues, 14 years ago, when our outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chungon, my own brother, was first elected into office, I was then in the IPU. The IPU rewrote its history twice by placing for the first time a non-European, and also for the first time an African into that position for over a century of its existence. Since then, he has consolidated the IPU as a space for inclusive dialogue and significantly strengthened parliamentary diplomacy by expanding both the membership and the scope of the IPU and amplifying its voice globally. Mr. Chingon has over the years significantly enhanced the IPU's global stature and visibility through a focused, balanced, and pragmatic agenda of dialogue and conflict resolution, promotion of gender equality and gender parity initiatives, assistance to countries emerging from conflict and in transition, and enhancing parliamentary engagement on sustainable development and accountability. Secretary General, we, the members of the African Group, wish to express our deep gratitude to you for your pioneering leadership of the IPU and for your dedication, vision, and foresight, which have transformed the IPU into one of the most resilient and respected international organizations within the multilateral fraternity. Above all, thank you for making Africa proud. Thank you so much. The 152nd Assembly has demonstrated that despite our differences, we share a common vision, that of a fairer, more sustainable, and peaceful future. To that end, and in the spirit of the President of the IPU's objective to promote greater interaction between geopolitical groups, we have laid the foundations for a cooperative partnership with the Arab group by agreeing in principle to approve a memorandum of understanding. We look forward to similar arrangements in the future with other geopolitical groups. Distinguished colleagues, allow me to conclude by expressing the African geopolitical group's sincere gratitude to the President, government, and people of Türkiye, and more particularly to our dear colleague, the distinguished Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, and members of the Grand National Assembly for the excellent arrangements and warm hospitality that have contributed to one of the biggest and most successful assemblies in the IPU's recent history. May Allah continue to guide your paths for the happy memories that we are leaving your beautiful country with. As we look forward to our next meeting in Arusha, Tanzania, permit me, on behalf of the African Group, to wish everyone, each and every one of you, a pleasant trip back home, and to assure you of the best that Africa has to offer when we meet in Arusha, Tanzania, between the 5th and 9th of October this year. With this, I say, Shukran, Türkiye. Merci beaucoup, mes collègues. Bon voyage, tout le monde. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. We will now hear from GRULAC, who is represented by Maria Kammer. Yes, please. You have the floor.
Presidente, Presidenta, Secretario General, como representante del GRULAC y vicepresidente en el Comité Ejecutivo de la Unión Interparlamentaria, quiero manifestar que despedimos hoy a un gran secretario general. Agradecemos a Martin por todo el apoyo brindado al GRULAC. Durante su campaña para secretario general, se comprometió a proporcionar interpretación al inglés en nuestras sesiones ordinarias durante las asambleas de la Unión Interparlamentaria, lo que hizo posible la participación activa de los parlamentarios anglófonos en las reuniones del GRULAC y contribuyó a su inclusión y a su participación plena, tanto en el GRULAC como en la UIP. Asimismo, agradecemos su apoyo en la traducción al español de toda la documentación de la UIP, lo que ha hecho posible la participación activa de los parlamentos hispanohablantes del GRULAC en todas las agendas de la organización. Nuevamente, gracias, Martín. Por otra parte, felicitamos a la primera secretaria mujer de la historia de esta institución, que cuenta con todo nuestro apoyo. Anda Philip tiene muchos desafíos por delante y la acompañaremos con mística y vocación política. Mucha suerte, Anda. Agradecemos a la Gran Asamblea Nacional de Turquía por su hospitalidad y confiamos en vernos una vez más en Tanzania para continuar trabajando por los valores de la diplomacia parlamentaria. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Maria Carmen. Now we will listen to a representative of the Arab group, Mr. Bochev. Yes, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. معالي السيدة رئيس الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، معالي السيد رئيس البرلمان التركي، سعادة الأمين العام لاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، رؤساء المجالس والبرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة المشاركون، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يشرفني أن أتحدث إليكم في ختام أعمال الجمعية العامة 152 للاتحاد البرلمان الدولي التي انعقدت في مدينة اسطنبول في ظرف دولي دقيق تتعاظم فيه التحديات وتتزايد فيه الحاجة إلى ترسيخ قيم التعاون والحوار والعمل البرلماني المشترك. لقد جاءت هذه الدورة تحت شعار تعزيز الأمل وصون السلام وضمانة العدالة للأجيال القادمة، وهو موضوع يعكس في جوهره مسؤولية جماعية تتجاوز حدود الشعارات لتترجم إلى سياسات ومواقف عملية تستجيب لتطلعات شعوبنا نحو مستقبل أكثر استقرار وإنصافا. السيدات والسادة، لقد عبر شعار هذه الدورة عن رؤية طموحة لتعزيز الأمل وصون السلام وضمان العدالة، وقد تجسد بصورة عملية وملموسة من خلال اعتماد البند الطارئ المعنون الحاجة القصوى لتضافر الجهود البرلمانية للحفاظ على اتفاقات وقف إطلاق النار ودعم إحلال السلام في الشرق الأوسط والمناطق الأخرى، والذي تقدمت به دولة قطر الشقيقة بدعم من المجموعة العربية وبالشراكة مع عدد من الدول والمجموعات الجيوسياسية، الأمر الذي يعكس بوضوح قدرة العمل البرلماني الدولي على بناء توافقات واسعة حول القضايا ذات الأولوية، ويجسد روح التعاون والتكامل بين المجموعات الجيوسياسية. وفي هذا الإطار نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى كافة المجموعات الجيوسياسية والدول التي ساندت هذا التوجه، ولما أبدته من التزام صادق بدعم جهود إحلال السلام وتعزيز دور البرلمانات في معالجة القضايا الدولية. السيدات والسادة، باسم المجموعة العربية نتقدم بخالص التهاني إلى سعادة الأمينة العامة الجديدة للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي السيدة أندا فيليب بمناسبة انتخابها لتولي هذه المسؤولية، متمنيين لها التوفيق والسداد في أداء مهامها، ومؤكدين استعدادنا للتعاون معها في سبيل تعزيز دور الاتحاد وتطوير آليات عمله. ولا يفوتنا في هذا المقام أن نعرب عن بالغ التقدير والامتنان لسعادة السيد مارتن تشونغونغ الأمين العام السابق للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على ما قدمه من جهود مخلصة ومتميزة خلال فترة توليه مهامه، والتي أسهمت في تعزيز مكانة الاتحاد وتوسيع نطاق عمله وترسيخ دوره كمنصة دولية للحوار والتعاون البرلماني. كما نثمن عاليا ما أبداه من انفتاح وتعاون مع مختلف المجموعات الجيوسياسية وحرصه على تعزيز الشراكة مع مختلف الأطراف، بما أسهم في تعزيز روح العمل المشترك داخل الاتحاد. ونتمنى له دوام التوفيق والنجاح في مسيرته القادمة. السيدات والسادة، إننا نؤكد التزامنا بمواصلة العمل مع الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ومع مختلف المجموعات الجيوسياسية من أجل توزيع دور البرلمانات في ترسيخ الأمل وصون السلام وتحقيق العدالة، بما يلبي تطلعات شعوبنا نحو مستقبل أكثر أمن واستقرارا. وفي الختام، لا يسعنا إلا أن نتوجه بجزيل الشكر والتقدير إلى الجمهورية التركية الشقيقة قيادة وحكومة وبرلمانا وشعبا على حسن الاستقبال والتنظيم المتميز لأعمال هذه الجمعية. كما نثمن الجهود الكبيرة التي بذلتها الجمعية الوطنية التركية الكبرى في تهيئة الظروف الملائمة لإنجاح هذه الدورة. كما نتقدم بالشكر إلى رئاسة الاتحاد والأمانة العامة على ما بذلوه من جهود مشكورة في الإعداد والمتابعة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you so much. Now we will go to the chair of the Asia Pacific Group, Mr. Dorji from Bhutan. Yes, you have the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, it's a privilege for me to represent Asia Pacific Group to say a few words of tribute to Mr. Martin Chungong. Martin brought to this role a distinguished background in international relations and law, along with decades of experience in multilateral diplomacy. Throughout his career, he has been known as a principled negotiator, a thoughtful leader, and a true bridge builder. During his 12 years tenure, he strengthened the core mission of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, advancing parliamentary diplomacy, promoting democratic governance, and amplifying the voices of people through their elected representatives. Since assuming office in 2014, he has overseen a period of steady institutional reform and global engagement, expanding the IPU's membership reach and deepening its collaboration with the United Nations system, particularly in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Under his leadership, the IPU became more responsive to emerging global challenges, including conflict, democratic backsliding, and the need for stronger parliamentary oversight. He championed inclusivity, ensuring stronger participation of women, youth, and underrepresented groups, and consistently advocated for gender-balanced parliaments worldwide. Importantly for my country, under his leadership, the IPU, through its gender partnership program, supported the conduct of a gender-based workshop in the Parliament of Bhutan. This included fielding experts, and especially in the field of gender, to design and facilitate a dedicated program aimed at enhancing women's participation in politics and strengthening gender-responsive parliamentary practices in Bhutan this March. Such tangible support reflects his commitment to translating global principles into meaningful national impact. He reinforced the IPU's role as a trusted platform for dialogue, even in the most challenging like now, and advanced cooperation in key global priorities such as sustainable development, peace, and human rights. More than his achievement, we will remember Mr. Martin Chungong for his integrity, humility, and deep commitment to dialogue and mutual respect. As he steps down, he leaves behind a stronger, more inclusive, and more relevant IPU. We thank you sincerely for your leadership and dedication, and we wish you every success in your journey ahead. Thank you. And I would like to say a few words to our new SG-elect, Ms. Anda Philippe. On behalf of my delegation and on my own behalf, we offer you our most sincere congratulations. We wish you every success in advancing the IPU's important mission and strengthening parliamentary cooperation worldwide. Our prayers and best wishes are always with you. And to 3 other contestants, I would like to say you ran a strong campaign and contributed meaningfully. This result is tough, but your work and your voice still matter moving forward. So thank you so much. And lastly, if I take a chance, Honorable the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, it has been, as my predecessors have just said, this has been one of the most successful events, IPU events. And we have had the privilege of receiving your warm hospitality, right? And also visiting some of the historic sites and heritages. And we must also thank the Hilton management and the staff for their meticulous jobs all around and keeping us busy with overflowing coffee and tea and snacks. So we thank them from the bottom of our heart. And we will all pray and see that we meet in Tanzania next year. And we wish you all a safe journey back home. Thank you, and we wish you all a safe journey back home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Now I will call on Mr. Wehley, who is the president of the 12+ group. Mr. Wehley, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président de la Grande Assemblée de Türkiye, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame la Secrétaire Générale élue. Au nom du groupe des 12+, permettez-moi, cher Martin, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, de vous adresser tout d'abord quelques mots de reconnaissance à l'approche de votre départ à la retraite en juillet prochain. Votre parcours force le respect. Vous avez marqué l'histoire de l'UIP en devenant en 2014, cela a déjà été dit mais je me plais à le redire, le premier Africain et le premier non-Européen à être élu secrétaire général de notre organisation. Mais c'est surtout votre empreinte humaine, politique et institutionnelle qui restera durant toutes ces années. Vous avez servi l'UIP avec une grande expérience, une connaissance approfondie du monde parlementaire et un engagement constant en faveur du dialogue, de la démocratie, de l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes, ainsi que de la participation des jeunes. Le groupe des 12+, tient également à vous remercier très sincèrement pour la collaboration excellente que nous avons entretenue entre nous. Nous avons toujours pu compter sur votre écoute, votre disponibilité, votre sens de l'institution et votre capacité à faire avancer les choses avec calme, intelligence et sens du compromis, et c'est un Suisse qui le dit. Nous vous souhaitons une retraite heureuse, active et pleinement méritée. Mais entre nous, cher Martin, cette retraite ne commencera peut-être pas tout de suite, car vous allez avoir une mission de taille, comme on dit. Il vous faudra certainement un temps relativement important pour organiser tout ce qui trône sur votre célèbre table dans votre bureau. Toutes ces petites sculptures, ces voitures en métal recyclé, ces canettes transformées et tant d'autres trésors. Nul doute que celles et ceux qui ont eu le privilège d'être reçus dans votre bureau partagent mon sentiment. Permettez-moi un clin d'œil plus personnel, défenseur de la francophonie et de la langue française au sein de l'UIP, comme vous le savez. J'aurai le plaisir de me rendre en juillet prochain au Cameroun, votre pays, puisque la session annuelle de l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie s'y tiendra. Peut-être que nos chemins s'y croiseront, nous aurons l'occasion d'y partager un moment de convivialité, comme au bon vieux temps, comme on dit autour du lac Léman, et je me permets de vous rappeler que Genève n'est pas si loin de Montreux, ma ville, et j'espère bien avoir l'occasion de vous y revoir. Cher Martin, nous tenons encore à vous remercier pour votre engagement, votre fidélité à l'esprit de l'Union interparlementaire et tout ce que vous avez apporté à notre organisation. Nous vous souhaitons le meilleur pour cette nouvelle étape et, nous l'espérons, pour vous, votre famille, un peu plus de temps, sans jamais vous éloigner de la grande famille parlementaire. Permettez-moi encore, Madame la Présidente, d'adresser au nom du groupe des 12+, nos remerciements sincères, Monsieur le Président, à la Grande Assemblée nationale de Türkiye, pour son accueil chaleureux et la remarquable organisation de cette 152e Assemblée à Istanbul. Je remercie également très chaleureusement nos collègues de la délégation de la Türkiye pour leur disponibilité, leur hospitalité et leur engagement avec leurs collaboratrices et collaborateurs tout au long de cette session. L'un des moments forts de cette Assemblée à son conteste était l'élection de la nouvelle secrétaire générale. Il s'agit d'un moment historique pour notre organisation, puisque nous venons d'élire sa première femme secrétaire générale. Notre groupe en est particulièrement heureux et fier, puisqu'elle est membre, par son pays, aussi d'un membre du groupe des 12+. Anda Philippe, le groupe des 12+, vous félicite et vous remercie. Vous remercie de mettre ainsi vos larges compétences au profit de notre organisation en faveur de l'engagement des parlementaires pour la paix et la diplomatie parlementaire. Nous nous réjouissons de pouvoir ainsi poursuivre notre excellente collaboration. Je remercie également les autres candidates et candidats pour leur engagement durant ce processus d'élection et leur considération pour notre organisation. Leur qualité et expérience démontrent la valeur de notre institution. Cela ne peut que nous inciter à renforcer notre engagement pour la collaboration parlementaire et l'Union interparlementaire. Permettez-moi encore de saluer le dépôt d'un point d'urgence commun à plusieurs groupes régionaux au cours de cette Assemblée, afin de préserver les cessez-le-feu et soutenir la consolidation de la paix. Cet effort de coordination qu'avec d'autres j'ai initié et que j'entends poursuivre entre plusieurs groupes géopolitiques démontre que lorsque l'enjeu est la paix, nous sommes capables d'aller au-delà de nos réflexes de groupe et de nos intérêts particuliers. C'est un signal fort, chers collègues. Cela dit quelque chose d'essentiel. Aucune vie ne vaut moins qu'une autre et notre devoir commun est de défendre la paix partout où elle est menacée. Nous, parlementaires, avons ainsi aussi un rôle et une mission à agir ensemble pour la paix. Sur le plan institutionnel, je souhaite encore saluer l'élection de Mme Erdogan de la délégation de la Türkiye à la présidence du comité sur les questions relatives au Moyen-Orient et remercier très sincèrement le président sortant, M. Talsma des Pays-Bas, pour son travail engagé et exigeant. Je félicite également Mme Sederfeld de Suède pour sa réélection au groupe de travail sur la science et la technologie. Enfin, M. Fogiel de Pologne, élu au groupe consultatif de haut niveau sur la lutte contre le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent. Je tiens également à remercier nos collègues qui ont porté les travaux de fond de cette Assemblée, en particulier Mme Belrich et Mme O'Neill, pour leur travail de co-rapporteurs au sein respectivement de la Commission de la paix et de la sécurité internationale et de la Commission du développement durable. Je voudrais enfin remercier très chaleureusement la délégation ukrainienne pour l'organisation du side event des 12+, sur la protection des civils dans les conflits armés, un moment fort, un moment émouvant, un moment mobilisant. Permettez-moi encore de remercier très sincèrement le secrétariat du groupe des 12+, et vous dire, chers collègues, que le groupe des 12+ reste uni, engagé et déterminé à faire entendre une voix claire, une voix en faveur du dialogue, du multilatéralisme, du droit international et de la paix. Nous nous réjouissons de poursuivre ainsi tous ensemble ces objectifs et Jambo Arusha, Jambo Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whaley. Colleagues, we have listened to the geopolitical groups, but allow me now to welcome our colleague from Martin's motherland, mother country, Cameroon, Ms. Kultechomi Epse. You have the floor.
Madame la Présidente de l'Union interparlementaire, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale de la Turquie, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, honorables parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec une émotion empreinte de fierté que la délégation du Cameroun prend la parole à l'occasion de l'hommage rendu à M. Martin Shungon, au moment où il s'apprête à clore, après 12 années remarquables, son mandat à la tête du secrétariat général de l'Union interparlementaire. Premier Africain à accéder à ces hautes fonctions en 125 années d'existence de l'UIP, M. Shungon a incarné avec constance et dignité une vision exigeante du multilatéralisme parlementaire au service du dialogue et du renforcement des institutions démocratiques. Son action aura été marquée par une grande disponibilité d'écoute, une attention constante aux préoccupations des États membres, ainsi qu'une capacité remarquable à arrimer l'institution aux nouveaux défis de notre temps. Sous son impulsion, la visibilité des plus petits États s'est accrue, contribuant à un élargissement et à un renforcement de la représentativité de l'Union. Il a également porté avec détermination la promotion de l'égalité des genres, aujourd'hui inscrite au cœur des priorités de l'Union interparlementaire. Pour le Cameroun, cette trajectoire exceptionnelle est une source de grande fierté. Elle s'inscrit dans une reconnaissance pleine et entière, consacrée et constamment réaffirmée par les plus hautes autorités de l'État. Au premier rang, desquelles son Excellence M. Paul Biya, président de la République du Cameroun, ainsi que les présidents du Sénat et de l'Assemblée nationale du Cameroun. la tenue à Yaoundé de la récente conférence parlementaire sur l'OMC sur la terre natale revêt une portée hautement symbolique. Elle apparaît comme un signe du destin venant parachever un parcours d'exception et boucler la boucle d'un engagement au service de la coopération interparlementaire. Le Cameroun exprime à cet égard sa profonde gratitude à l'Union interparlementaire pour la confiance ainsi accordée. Nous remercions également l'ensemble des États membres pour leur contribution au succès de ces 12 années et saluons la loyauté, le professionnalisme et l'engagement de ses collaborateurs au secrétariat général de l'UIP. Monsieur le secrétaire général, le Cameroun vous adresse ses hommages les plus appuyés et ses vœux de plein succès pour la suite. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, before I welcome Martin to address us, I'm going to ask our little Georgina Magessa to pay her tribute to Martin. Georgina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Madam President Tulia Aksen, Your Excellency, President of the Assembly of Türkiye, Mr. Nurman Kurtulmuş, Your Excellency, our outgoing Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chungong, Your Excellency, our incoming Secretary General, Madam Anda Philip, Your Excellency, honorable members of the Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Dear Mr. Martin Chungong, when you first saw me at COP29 in Azerbaijan, you did not just see a child. You saw someone I was still becoming. You saw a girl with dreams bigger for her small hands. But you never asked me to make them smaller. You did not measure my height or the softness of my voice. You listened, as if what I carried mattered. And in that moment, you gave me something I will carry for the rest of my life: belief. You believed in me before I fully understood who I could be. You made space for me in rooms I once thought I had to wait years to enter. And because of you, I did not just feel like a child. I felt seen, I felt heard, I felt possible. And that changes everything. Because sometimes, all it takes is one person, one moment, to change the direction of a young life. As you step into your retirement, please know this: your work is not ending. It is living in us. In every young voice you choose to listen to, in every door you opened, in every future you helped begin. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for believing. And thank you for reminding me that my voice has a place in this world. You have not only shaped leaders, you have shaped lives. And in mine, you have left a mark that will never fade. May God bless you, guide you, and surround you with the same kindness you have given to so many of us. And from the deepest place in my heart, I love you. To the elected Secretary General, congratulations for being trusted with this beautiful role. And we are happy we have another mother in the parliament. Our simple message from us children to you: please do not forget us. Love us, care for us, listen to us, see us. Lead with purpose, lead with compassion, lead with hope. Nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. Because we're not only the leaders of tomorrow, we are part of today. The world is changing, and children are watching. We're hoping, we're believing, and we're depending on you. Please be the leader who remembers there is no world without children. I pray that God gives you wisdom. I pray that He gives you understanding. And I pray that He guides your heart as shaping the world for us all. Tanzania is waiting for you all. Our beautiful president, Her Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, is ready to welcome you all. See you all soon in October in my precious and beautiful Tanzania. We can't wait to see all the beautiful faces in Arusha. And me and my beautiful Madam Tulia can't wait to take you all at the top of our beautiful Mount Kilimanjaro. God bless you and safe trip as you all go back to your beautiful countries. Asante sana.
Colleagues, now it's the turn of our Secretary General. It feels difficult to say outgoing, isn't it? But yes, Mr. Martin Chungong, you have the floor now to say a few words before we officially close. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next Secretary General of the IPU. And you're going to be the president, so you have the Chungongs in the family, Theo and Darius. Thank you so much. Okay. May I now say something? Come on. Yeah. You see, the other day, I was taken by surprise by the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. They paid resounding tribute to the humble person of the Secretary General. At the time, I was so moved, and I remember that I had not taken with me a box of Kleenex or tissue paper to wipe my tears. Today, I have come with abundant quantities of tissue paper because there are a lot of tears to be shed today. Madam President of the IPU, Mr. President of the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, I am lost for words because the testimonies here tonight have simply overwhelmed me. I have, and God knows that, I have made many speeches during my professional life, but I believe this is one of the most difficult speeches I'm called upon to deliver. I will do my best. I'll try not to cry. I will try to be a strong person because I know in this room I have many shoulders to lean on. I have many sympathizers. I did suspect that there was something in store for me. I did know that this community would not just let me go without a word of thanks. But I was far from assessing the magnitude and scope of this outpouring of affection and gratitude to the outgoing Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by paying resounding tribute to our hosts, led by the Right Honorable Speaker of the Grand National Assembly. During the opening session of this assembly, I did say that I personally had the choice between having my last assembly as Secretary General in the city where I was elected Secretary General and coming to Türkiye, Istanbul. I convinced the membership of the organization to come to Istanbul. And you will agree with me that we were not mistaken when we took that gamble. We have had a most successful assembly here. We have had the most, thank you, we have had the most successful assembly here. We have just adopted the various outcomes of this assembly in this same hall in the spirit of accommodation, sympathy, and solidarity that is befitting of the global parliamentary community. And I'm sure that those outcomes will go a long way in helping international and global efforts to rise to the challenges that this world is facing today. Your Excellency, the Speaker of the Grand National Council, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen present here, I do know that I think I'm the only one that is standing between you and your flights. There are many of you scheduled to leave tonight. But permit me to say a few words, and those words will be limited to thanks and gratitude. I say thanks and gratitude because I had wanted to come to this assembly and elaborate to you on what I think I have done to help you achieve the objectives that we set out together in 2014. But listening to you today, listening to the testimonies that we've had over this several days here in recognition of the work of the Secretary General, I will refrain from going into those success stories because you have been very clear and elaborate. I don't want to repeat that. It is coming from you and not from me. It makes life easier for me because I would have had to blow my own trumpet. Now you are blowing the trumpet for me. And it feels so refreshing that people that chose you to serve them recognize that they did not make a wrong choice when they elected me in 2014. Madam President, distinguished members, Honorable Speaker, the President, when she paid tribute to me, said I had been around for some 32 years or so. But Madam President, let me just correct that. My love story with the Inter-Parliamentary Union actually started in 1984. That is when I attended my first, in those days it was called conference. I attended my first conference of the IPU as a delegate from Cameroon. So I have been acquainted with this organization for 42 years now. I don't think there's anyone in this room that was there when I started my career in the IPU as a young civil servant from Cameroon. This says that I have devoted my career to the service of parliaments at the national level and at the international level. Because as you heard the distinguished delegate from Cameroon, I did serve in the Parliament of Cameroon before joining the IPU. But let me go back to what I proposed to say, that is to say thank you. And unto Caesar, I want to give to Caesar. I want to thank you all, the membership of this organization. You believed in me in 2014 by entrusting the management of this organization into my hands. You took a gamble, and today I am very comforted that you think that you won that gamble. We have made progress over the years, we've had achievements, and let me say that it is not Martin Chungong's success, it is our collective success. We have simply been at your service, we have simply heard you, and we have simply done your bidding according to the founding visions of this, the founding fathers of the organization. So, a huge thank you to all of you. Thanks to your support, as many of you have said, this organization has grown in maturity. It has become more resilient, more agile, more transparent, more relevant. There are many things that you can call this organization. It is just great. Thank you, my boy. You're a young boy, yes? Okay. Thank you very much, boy. Okay. This is the future of the IPU, youth, young people. Thank you very much. So, thank you, membership. You did not only entrust this organization to my hands, you did provide the resources for me to continue to do the work that I was called upon to do. You've heard the chair of your finance committee mention the state of the finances of this organization. Our budget has grown, we have diversified, and it's thanks to your trust. So, thank you very much once again. Let me also thank the people who have been beside me. As they say, charity begins at home. And I want to recognize my beloved family, my beloved wife, Stella, who was here a moment ago. Please. My wonderful children, Cindy. My other daughter has just gone out, Grace. And we have our son, Martin, who is here with us. In 2014, there were just two of them with me on this stage. There was my wife and my son, who was my campaign manager at the time. You didn't see Cindy, who was here, but I did mention that she had been the person who had prepared my mission statement, who had prepared my CV, because I had run out of ideas. I had no experience in applying for a job of the magnitude of Secretary General. And so, thank you very much. These are the people whom I run to after a long day in the office, after a long day of stress, success. I go home, we celebrate the successes together, we rely on each other's shoulder to make sure that we can weather the storm. Stella, I will forever be grateful to you for being that companion that has always stood by me. You have made many friends in this assembly, in this IPU, and when they see me without you, they're asking, where are you? Where is Stella? So you have your own fan club here because you have stood by me over these years. And there have been times when I have come home and I said, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired, I'm stressed. But they encourage me. My children and my wife, they encourage me, and they have been the bedrock of my mandate as Secretary General. Thank you very much. When you elected me, the young people you see here, those two boys, they were not even an idea. they didn't exist. But they have appeared in our lives, and they are there. Today, I was sitting at the stage there, and a friend in the crowd here sent me a text message saying, the boss is here. And there was this picture of my younger grandson, Darius, sitting together with that delegation. Do you want me to tell you the delegation? No. But he was the boss. And that is how they treat us at home. We are their boss. Many of you do ask me what I'm going to do when I retire. I do say I am going to retire because I'm going to spend time with those young people. So thank you very much, dear family. Let me go back to my other family, the staff of the IPU. I didn't know when I became Secretary General, when I was campaigning for Secretary General, that we had an amazing team in the Secretariat, and had seen over the years, having worked with them, how dedicated and they were devoted to this organization. And I knew for certain that they were going to give me their support in the implementation of the mandate entrusted to us. I was not mistaken. Over this year, we have seen that dedication grow. We have seen a sense of solidarity amongst us as staff of the organization. We have celebrated victories together. We have celebrated our frustrations together. And I want to say to each and every one of you, can you stand up, please? Staff members of the organization that are here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm so glad Madam Secretary General-elect has been part of this team, and that is why I'm so reassured today that she's been elected Secretary General to take over from me. I can say that you are, I don't think I need to convince you. You have a wonderful team behind you, and they will work with you. They will display loyalty and fidelity for you to succeed in your endeavor. Thank you very much. Let me say something in recognition of what my leadership in the IPU has all been about. Inclusion, involvement of all stakeholders, as I promised to do in 2014. Where's Georgina? Has she left? The young girl who was sitting there paying tribute to me. That girl was not born when I was elected Secretary General of the IPU. She's just 11 years old. But I have, during my term as Secretary General, insisted in involving all generations of society in the work of the organization. And you heard her today saying that they're pleased that they can be at the table. They are the leaders of tomorrow, but they have to be prepared to be those leaders today. And that's why we believe in them. And thank you for welcoming her to this assembly to share the views of children who are not often given the opportunity to be heard. So Georgina, I love you so much. You are just great. Now, this biological family that is sitting here has adopted Georgina as part of our family. So my family has now grown. She is now considered as one of my grandchildren, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity to help her change her life and also help her change lives, as she has said. Let me quickly thank my homeland, Cameroon. Thank you, Madam Ahijo. Thank you for those kind words on behalf of Cameroon. I can never be grateful enough for my homeland because they gave birth to me. They gave me the opportunities. I started my career in Cameroon, and they let me go. They made the sacrifice of letting me go to go and serve the global parliamentary community. It was a big sacrifice, and I'm very grateful to my homeland, Cameroon, and the authorities of that country. I would like you to convey to all of them my deep sense of gratitude for this support that they have given me over the years. They believed in me, they nurtured me, and today I can retire in the strong belief that my country was behind me as I went ahead doing my professional work. So, Madam President, distinguished Speaker of Parliament, yes, I didn't want to be long, but you know, I have spent 42 years in the IPU. I've made friends, colleagues, and what have you, and it would be remiss of me not to thank all of them. Let me say a few words of congratulations to my successor, Ambassador Anda Philip. I am reassured when we were preparing for the election of the new Secretary General, I instructed my colleagues to put in place arrangements in the event that the new Secretary General came from outside the IPU to arrange for me to have a period of transition with the newly elected Secretary General. I am relieved today, honorable members, that I don't have to put in that special mechanism given the fact that somebody who has been with me, has worked with me over the years, is set to succeed me, and that we are neighbors at IPU headquarters, so we don't need to put in place a mechanism of transition that would involve somebody coming from outside. And today, with your election as Secretary General of the IPU is making history once again. It is showing the rest of the world that it does what it preaches. We have over the years preached and advocated for gender equality, for women's empowerment, and today we can go out with our heads high and tell the others that we have done what we are preaching by electing a female Secretary General. In 2014, as some previous speakers have said, the IPU made history by electing the first non-European, non-African, non-European, the first African as Secretary General of the IPU in its 125-year history. So the IPU is in the habit of blazing the trail. I'm sure we're not going to stop there, and that under your leadership, you'll take this organization to greater heights because you have all the resources there, you have the mandate. We just need to see the scope of your victory here. It is a strong mandate that has been given to you to drive this organization, to help the members of this organization to attain greater heights. So I offer my assistance over the next 2 months or so that remain of my contract as Secretary General of the IPU. I offer my assistance to work with you in a way that the transition is a smooth one, smoother than expected, so that come 1st of July, you hit the ground running, because that is what that mandate that has been given to you today entails. You're expected to hit the ground running. So thank you very much for the support that you have given us over the years. You now have a strategy. I'm sorry, Anda, we are going to saddle you with a strategy. Of course, you contributed to the elaboration of that strategy, and so I'm sure that you feel a sense of ownership, but there is flexibility built in that new strategy, and I'm sure that you want to imprint your own mark. Let me just conclude then to say that yes, 2014 to 2026 has been 12 long years for some. It has been 12 short years for the Secretary General, the outgoing Secretary General. Time has run fast. Things have happened in a frenzied way. The world has gone through thick and thin, but this organization has remained resilient, steadfast, because its members believe in its relevance and have contributed to its visibility. The IPU Secretary General, as they leave office, is very pleased that he has been able to witness the IPU in action. I have attended 81 assemblies, do you know that? 181 assemblies, and I've served with 5 speakers or 5 presidents of the assembly, or the IPU. Let me use this opportunity, therefore, to thank profusely my friend and sister, Dr. Tulia Axon. We have worked in tandem for the past, 3 years. As you will relinquish your post in October, I think that you will leave this organization in a better place. We have worked together seamlessly, and if you notice, without any consultations, we're wearing the same colors today. I'm wearing a yellow tie, she's wearing a yellow dress. That tells you the spirit within which we are cooperating, and it's just fitting that we will be taking this as your assembly to Arusha, Tanzania. I have no doubt that there is a commitment for that assembly to be successful. So I will just like for my family to come here again so everybody can see them. I've been talking about you. Come on, Martin, Cindy. I would like for you to be recognized globally. Come on. The other 2 have disappeared. See? Madam President, Mr. Speaker, these are the people, part of the family that have been keeping me sane in the face of challenges, and that has helped me celebrate the successes that we have achieved together. I just wanted to recognize all of you. Thank you all. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I don't want to take any more of your time. I just say I wish you well in your future endeavors. Come on, say hello. Thank you to everybody for Grandpa. Come on, say it, Grandpa. Okay, thank you very much, and I am still with you.
Martin, before you come here, the speaker would like to give you something. No, can you move him there for the good picture? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, Martin. Colleagues, without further ado, I am going to address you in the closure of this meeting before our President of the Assembly addresses you.
Sure, then go back to your cousins. You need me to take it easy?
Your Excellency, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, who also served for this 152nd Assembly as our President, Mr. Martin Chungong, Distinguished Secretary General of the IPU, and I would like specifically to recognize Ambassador Ander Philip, the incoming Secretary General-elect of the IPU. Honorable Speakers of Parliament, Honorable Deputy Speakers, Heads of Delegation, dear members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. As this assembly draws to a close, I am once again struck by the immense potential of parliamentary diplomacy. We have gathered here in Istanbul a most inspiring place with 113 speakers and deputy speakers of parliament and over 700 parliamentarians from 129 countries. This fact is far from trivial, especially when one takes into account the challenging political realities we faced in the run-up to this 152nd Assembly. And yet, this Assembly happened, and it has not only happened, it has been a tremendous success. With an inclusive emergency item adopted, a new strategy that will guide our work for the coming years, and the election of the first IPU Secretary General who happens to be a female. This has been an assembly for the IPU's history books. It is often events such as this one that lead us to ask, what have we taken for granted? And it is evident. And it is events like this that put into perspective the value and significance of gathering together. I said in my inaugural speech that we should never take assemblies for granted. In many ways, our assemblies embody our people's common will to live in peace and harmony. Moments like this, dear colleagues, dear friends, remind us that we do not promote dialogue and democracy for the sake of it. We do so because they are the means through which differences are resolved peacefully. They are what allow equals to disagree without discord, and societies to balance the interest of the many with those of the few. At the core of IPU assemblies lies a simple principle: inclusion. And without it, no democracy and no global society can truly stand. There is no better place than an assembly to realize that the challenges we face are shared across our borders. This is why the idea of turning our backs on the world and retreating into narrow national interest is a dangerous path. As history has taught us the hard way, that path leads to war, to destruction, and to the endless spiral of violence. Multilateralism is under threat, dear colleagues, dear friends, and we must resist with conviction. But let me be clear, this is not a new test. Humanity has faced this challenge before, and humanity has prevailed. The League of Nations rose from the ruins of the First World War. The United Nations emerged from the ashes of the bloodiest conflict in human history. Each time the pendulum swung towards destruction, we found the will to come back to the table, and we must find it again, and we will find it again. We came to Istanbul in record numbers to proclaim that we refuse to accept immorality of war between nations. We met in Istanbul against the backdrop of a world screaming for hope, peace, and justice for present and future generations. And parliaments must respond. We carry the people's will. We turn commitments into laws, and laws into real change. In Istanbul, we have adopted a landmark Istanbul Declaration that sets the horizon we are aiming for. Our declaration reflects a clear-eyed assessment of the challenges we face and a commitment to act. It reaffirms our belief in multilateralism, in international law, and in long-term, inclusive, and accountable governance. Through this declaration, dear colleagues, dear friends, we have committed to strengthening democratic representation across generations, addressing the structural drivers of instability, governing emerging technologies responsibly, and advancing parliamentary diplomacy
as a force for dialogue and conflict prevention. Colleagues, above all, this declaration is an act of solidarity, intergenerational solidarity. As leaders of today, we commit to shaping for the better political, social, and environmental conditions that the future generations will inherit. This declaration is not an endpoint. So we must take these choices back to our parliaments, translate them into legislation, oversight, and budgets, and ensure that the hope we nurtured here in Istanbul through our speeches and conversations become concrete action. Dear friends, dear colleagues, hope is indeed a powerful, enduring force, and intergenerational solidarity is the choice we breathe that hope into younger generations, to protect their dreams and aspirations, and to remind them that they are not alone. I urge you, colleagues and friends, to return to your countries carrying this truth, that the challenges humanity faces cannot be faced alone. Share with the children of your countries that there are hundreds of women and men, young and old, from every corner of the world, who gather in places like this, not out of habit or obligation, but out of conviction. The conviction that dialogue is stronger than conflict, and that cooperation is wiser than competition. Without doubt, another highlight of this assembly has been the adoption of an emergency item resolution. As you know, we have not always succeeded in adopting one. Nonetheless, this is another example of how parliamentary diplomacy does not wind down in moments of crisis, but rises to meet them. At this very moment, when the world and the Middle East in particular is drowning in conflicts, this assembly chose not to look away. We chose to speak. The resolution we adopted is a message to the world that the drums of war ought to be silenced. It is a message to the world that international humanitarian law must be respected in all conflicts, without exception. That impunity, wherever it takes root, only feeds the cycles of violence we seek to end. And that parliaments bear a moral responsibility to press for peace. We, colleagues, are a living proof that differences can be voiced, that disagreements can be resolved, and that common ground can be found through the patient, imperfect, yet indispensable work of talking to one another. That is the power of this assembly. That is the promise of Istanbul. Dear colleagues, dear friends, at the opening of this assembly, I asked the three things of you: to choose inclusion, to choose dialogue, and to lead with foresight and a sense of duty to future generations. Looking back at these past few days we have been here, I believe you have answered that call. You chose to be here. You chose to speak. You chose to act. And in doing so, you have given meaning to every one of those requests. Since I opened the general debate with a proverb about encouragement, allow me to close with a Turkish proverb that captures what we have achieved so far in this assembly together. One hand has nothing, two hands have a sound. One hand has nothing, two hands have sound. Dear colleagues, I would like to finish my address by thanking all of you for your engagement, your support, and your commitment to the people you represent and serve. The IPU now, more than ever, remains a place for those who believe in dialogue, respect, and solidarity. Considering that time has gone so much, I will have better words for our own Mr. Anda when we meet in Arusha. We will be talking to her as a new Secretary General. Today, it was for Martin to be paid tribute. but also the entire Secretariat. Thank you so much for the good work that you have done. We have made history here together, not just parliamentarians. You are part of history, and I am equally as proud of you as Martin is. You do a good job. We are happy with your work, and we wish you all the best. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to now invite our President of the 152nd Assembly to come address us. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. If I may, I would like to make my closing remarks in Turkish. Sayın Başkan, Sayın Genel Sekreter, IPU'nun 152. Genel Kurulu'nu teşrif eden saygıdeğer parlamenterler, bir hafta süren oturumlar, görüşmeler, müzakereler sonunda bugün nihai olarak son oturumu birlikte icra ettik. Ben sizin bu saatte çok fazla vaktinizi almayacağım. Öncelikle ben de bu toplantının bu kadar başarılı bir şekilde gerçekleşmesinde büyük emekleri olan ve bizimle her zaman büyük bir işbirliği içerisinde hareket eden, aylar süren hazırlık safhasında başarılı bir koordinasyonu birlikte gerçekleştirdiğimiz IPU'nun Genel Sekreterliğine ve bütün çalışanlarına yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Ayrıca Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'ndeki çalışan çok değerli arkadaşlarımıza, bu toplantının gerçekleşmesinde büyük emekleri olan her bir çalışma arkadaşıma yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Tercüme faaliyetlerinden ulaşıma, buradaki yeme içme faaliyetlerinden salonun hazırlanmasına kadar emeği geçen, bu sahanın güvenliğini fevkalade hassas bir şekilde alan, bu konuda destek olan bütün arkadaşlarıma çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ayrıca çok önemli bir protokol çalışmasının da gerçekleştirildiğini biliyorum. Ben de müsaadenizle bütün bu çalışmaları bizim adımıza koordine eden Sayın Büyükelçi Ahmet Aydın Doğan'a huzurunuzda çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sözlerimin hemen başında az evvel son derece duygulu bir törenle kendisine veda ettik demeyelim ama kendisinin IPU'dan emekli olmasına, törenine şahit olduğumuz Martin Çunkonk'a da bundan sonraki hayatında üstün başarılar diliyorum. Dünkü seçimde de seçilen yeni Genel Sekreter Anda Filip'e üstün başarılar diliyorum. İnşallah bundan sonraki süreçte de biz Türkiye olarak kendisiyle son derece yakın işbirliği içerisinde çalışmalarımızı sürdüreceğiz. Kendisine ferasetli bir yönetim diliyorum. Kendisine barışın, dostluğun ve kardeşliğin diliyle konuşabilmeyi, iş yapabilmeyi temenni ediyorum. Romanyalı bir dostluğumuz olduğu için bir komşumuz aynı zamanda, komşu olarak da kendisine başarılar diliyorum. Değerli katılımcılar, günler boyunca uzun konuşmalar yapıldı, uzun toplantılar yapıldı. Saatlerce ve günlerce de konuşulabilir. Ben bu konuşmalar içerisinde yapılan her bir tartışmanın son derece önemli olduğunu, dünya barışını sağlamak konusunda fevkalade yararlı olduğunu ve özellikle parlamenter diplomasiye güç vermek bakımından da son derece anlamlı olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bütün bu konuşmaların özetini ise bir noktada toparlamak mümkündür. Fevkalade zor, fevkalade türbülanslı bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Yerkürenin hemen her yerinde, her ülkeyi, her milleti kapsayan çok derin gerilimleri yaşıyoruz. Çatışmaların, iç çatışmaların, vekalet savaşlarının, ticaret savaşlarının olduğu, dünyada bu anlamda gerilimlerin ve çatışmaların hemen hemen dünyanın her yerine yayıldığı bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Ayrıca yaşanmış olan birçok olumsuzlukların doğal bir sonucu olarak fakirliğin, kıtlığın, yoksulluğun dünyanın birçok bölgesi için neredeyse sıradan bir hal aldığını görüyoruz. Aynı şekilde bu olayların hepsinin ortak vektörü olarak ortaya çıkan fevkalade ciddi bir göçmen meselesi ve uluslararası yer değiştirmelerin olduğuna şahit oluyoruz. Ülkeler arasında gerilimlerin yanı sıra ülkelerin içinde de toplumsal gerilimlerin önemli bir fay hatları olarak ortaya çıktığına şahit oluyoruz. Aynı şekilde insanlık tarihinin hiç yaşamadığı kadar ağır bir çevre krizini, iklim krizini ve çevrenin tarumar edilmesine şahit oluyoruz. Sabaha kadar sayabileceğimiz birçok olumsuzlukları yaşıyoruz. Değerli dostlar, bu olumsuzlukların doğal afetler dışında hemen tamamı insan eliyle oluşturulmuş felaketlerdir. Dolayısıyla insanlığın şöyle bir sarsılıp kendine gelmesi, kendi eliyle oluşturduğu bu felaketleri, bu insani soykırımdan tutun göçe kadar, açlıktan tutun savaşa kadar bu insani felaketleri çözmek için yine insanoğlunun devreye girmesinin şart olduğu açıktır. Bu problemleri yaratan insandır, ortaya koyan insandır. Çözüm de insanoğlunun zihninde, insanoğlunun gönlünde olmalıdır. Bunun için diyorum ki bütün bu çalışmalarımızın, bütün uluslararası kuruluşların, bütün toplanmalarımızın, müzakerelerimizin bir tek odak noktası vardır, bir tek odak noktası olmalıdır. Bu dünya böyle gitmez. Dünyanın yeni bir yola, yeni bir anlayışa ve yeni bir çıkışa ihtiyacı vardır. Bunun için temelinde hakkaniyet ve adalet olan, temelinde insan onuruna saygı olan ve bütün insanları da yaratılışta eşit olarak gören bir anlayışı büyütmek, beslemek ve çoğaltmak durumundayız. Bu anlayış olmadan dünyanın hangi kurumu olursa olsun o kurumların işleyişi mutlaka eksik ve faydasız olacaktır. Onun için diyorum ki amacımız yeni bir yol, yeni bir anlayış, yeni bir istikamet tayin edecek sözleri geliştirmek, çoğaltmak olmalıdır. Bunun için dünyanın yeni bir küresel mimariye ihtiyaç olduğu açıktır. Hem siyasal alanda hem de ekonomik alanda yeni bir küresel mimariyi bu parlamentolar arası diyaloglarımız vasıtasıyla, uluslararası kurumlarda bir araya gelişimiz vasıtasıyla inşallah gerçekleştireceğiz. Sözün kıymeti her şeyden daha yukarıdadır. Sözün en güzelini, en iyisini söylemek ve bütün insanların hayrına olan sözün etrafında birleşmek durumundayız. Bu da dünyada sadece sesi çok çıkan hakimlerin çizdiği, üstünlerin, galiplerin çizdiği yoldan gitmek değil, 8 milyar insanın ortak anlayışı, ortak faydası ve ortak geleceği için hakkı, hukuku, adaleti esas alan bir yolda ilerlemekten geçmektedir. Ben şahsen bu ve benzer bütün toplantıların bu amaca hizmet ettiği müddetçe konuştuğumuz ve çözüm aradığımız insani meselelerin çözümü için bize yol göstereceğini, yol bulmamıza yardımcı olacağını düşünüyorum. Bu amaçta bugün burada İstanbul'daki bu toplantıda da görüşlerini açıkça dile getiren bütün parlamenter arkadaşlarımıza çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bu toplantı IPU bünyesinde uzun zamandır da bulunamayan bir konsensüsü ortaya koymuştur. İstanbul Deklarasyonu'nun konsensusla çıkmış olması her türlü takdirin üstündedir ve bu konuda görüşlerini ifade eden bütün delegasyona teşekkürlerimizi ifade ediyorum. Aynı şekilde acil gündem maddesinin de konsensusla çıkmış olması bu toplantının başarısını gösteren, bu genel kurulun başarısını gösteren önemli bir sonuçtur. Bu çabanız, bu desteğiniz dolayısıyla hepinize ayrı ayrı çok teşekkür ediyorum. Son olarak İstanbul'a geldiniz. Bu güzel şehirde, medeniyetler şehrinde sizleri ağırlamaktan fevkalade büyük bir memnuniyet duyduk. Ama neredeyse birçok arkadaşımızın, karşılaştığımız arkadaşlarımızın, misafirlerimizin organizasyonun başarısından ve buradaki misafirperverliğin gücünden bahsetmesi de bizleri yürekten onurlandırmıştır. Bundan dolayı çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ve her birinize memleketinize giderken iyi yolculuklar, güvenli yolculuklar diliyorum. Her birinize aydınlık yarınlar diliyorum. Geleceğiniz aydınlık olsun. Sizleri en içten, en kalbi selamlarımla selamlıyorum. Yolunuz açık olsun.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, we have a gift for you. We'd like to present you a hammer. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our 142nd Assembly. I'm going to ring the hammer, then we will hear the IPU anthem as it symbolizes the closure of our Assembly. So I officially close the 152nd Assembly in Türkiye. I now welcome the IPU anthem to close officially.